what they do refer to you as over here, the playground.
No, you were asking for a DNA test then.
I'm sure.
He's
I don't
feeling
need
something.
it.
He's
I
feeling
don't need
something.
it. I know.
We are brothers, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
I'm taking that.
They do act like that on these trips as well, by the way.
I was going to say,
they go everywhere together.
You've been with them on this European journey for about 2 years now.
Yeah.
What are they like as travel buddies?
They need a lot of babysitting.
Why am I not surprised?
Need to make sure they know.
Hold on, did it?
All right, yeah, go on. Fight with fire.
I'm not having this.
To be fair, no, it's been great fun, and I think because, as you say, it's been 2 years because we started following West Ham when they were in the Europa League last season, and they got all the way to the semi-finals, and it was gutting, wasn't it, when they went out against Frankfurt. So then to kind of finish that journey this year and get all the way to the final, and then West Ham lift the Europa Conference League trophy, it did feel like we completed the journey.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. But you did forfeit the start of our season. You came in on a parachute in the semis. Was it the semis?
It was the semis, yeah.
Team does semis and finals.
Yeah. Listen, but we welcomed her back in.
Yeah.
They did. They welcomed
Seamless.
back with
It was
open
a
arms.
seamless return
You know what I mean?
into the crew.
By the way, that wasn't my choice.
I know it wasn't. You could have
Can I
walked back a little bit.
Yeah, like just talking about that, Jules, like the journey, because from me and Colton, I come through at West Ham. Colton's spent a large part of his career, so you get to know the club, and you know how much it means to the fans, in particular. So you feel a sense of responsibility when you're doing the broadcast.
Look at you two in your shorts, by the way.
I know, yeah, right. Yeah, so you get you get a sense of responsibility to do the job properly, and it's been 40 years. Since the club have been there, and if you'd have been able to write a script for West Ham fans, going to Amsterdam and doing it the way they did it with a last-minute goal, what happened afterwards that brought the club together, and then going to Prague in the final, it's like it's really fairy tale stuff. 2 last-minute goals, and I thought the ground where we had it was a small ground, and all the families were there with the players on the pitch afterwards, and I've never seen celebrations like it, and I have to credit. The authorities at Prague, because we criticised the authorities in Amsterdam for the nonsense afterwards, but I thought they let West Ham celebrate properly, and their kids were on the pitch, weren't they, Cole? It was a beautiful feeling, weren't it, Jules? Like the emotions were high, and it was just a beautiful celebration.
My mates saw like grown men crying.
We did.
On their own, with their hands on their heads, thinking, I'll never ever witness this ever again.
Yeah,
I think what was so amazing about it is that obviously, as football fans, we all know the feeling of following a club and supporting them. But when you know that with a club like West Ham, who haven't won a trophy for so long, 1980 was when they last lifted the FA Cup. But in terms of Europe, I mean, it had been 58 years since they'd last lifted European silverware. And you could sense it, you could feel it, when you saw the fans. I mean, these two at the full-time whistle.
You know
we lost Carlton, by the way.
Carlton was gone. I was watching it at home. I was watching the broadcast, and Carlton disappeared for a while. He was supposed to be the second man.
Not only did he disappear, Josh, he was popping up on other countries' broadcast streams. The lads were on the plane watching the game, and they were watching it like a German or Italian feed. I don't know.
Very unprofessional. Very unprofessional of me.
You get lost in the moment, though.
No. In the moment, you don't understand what it is to be West Ham, man. Like, it's a family club. I kept on saying it. Like, it's not just the people that you see at the top, the ones that score the goals. Bowen obviously scored the winning goal. But it's more to do with what the club represents as a whole in the community, and see how much work gets done in the community. And I'm really for community work. But I see the ones that do stuff and they're not even getting paid for it.
Yeah.
Then you go to the training ground and you see the kit man, how much graft he puts in, the chef, how much he puts in, and I see it's a proper family club. Even Shirley.
Yeah, we give
Shirley's had about 4 shout-outs of me. Shirley's going to be famous by the end of this
She's
broadcast.
the heart and soul of West Ham, trust me.
Yeah, she just retired, and like Coley said,
What's Shirley's role?
She was the chef for years in the training ground.
And then she was like the dinner lady.
Yeah.
She's like auntie.
Just part of the furniture.
And these people are the ones that are most important in a club. And then you obviously go up to the hierarchy. But those are the ones that keep it moist at the bottom.
Yeah. Talking of hierarchy, we saw some special scenes from David Moyes.
Yeah.
What do you make of his dancing? Because there's people, scale of 1 to 10, people are saying it's a strong 8-9.
Yeah. I didn't see that, to be honest.
You haven't seen the little ducktails? Yeah. He's shaking it a little bit,
Like, I'm not going to lie. I think David's a top manager, but the moves weren't were a bit stiff after.
Yeah, you know what? They needed a bit of WD-40.
I rated the dance move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, do you know what?
David's got the move.
Do you know
Strictly Come
No.
Dancing.
Do you know what? Coley, it was beautiful. His dad was there. We had and David's such a professional. Whenever even after great wins, he comes on, he does a media and he does his manager thing, and he sort of, he says what he says and digresses the game and digests the game. But this one, it was a bit of emotion. The first trophy he's won in an outstanding career, and it was nice. So there was so many little stories going on after the Mark Noble we had on, didn't we? And all the stories of all the people around it. It was Ginge came on.
That was thanks to you, Carlton. Carlton was playing floor manager as well as pundit.
Yes, he was.
Carlton's got many roles. He's got many faces, Carlton.
Come on the coverage.
Pulling the strings up from the back. In the background.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
he's not new to this. He's not new to this, guys. Thank you so much for coming on. We've heard a little bit about the celebrations. I think it's time that we see them in person right now.
This could be a springboard. I want this to be a springboard for the club. This is what it's all about, Jules. Let me tell you, I was lucky enough to win things in my career. Very, very lucky boy. And let me tell you, you don't remember, I played 700 odd games. You remember moments like this when you're at bed at night and it puts a smile on your face. This is such beautiful scenes. I'm so happy for everyone. Opinion, you're standing on the shoulders with Bobby Moore and Billy Bonds at this club now. Absolute top class, mate. Honestly.
How does that feel?
How does it feel?
How does that feel, bro?
Do you know what? Like, to be even in that conversation is crazy. I've given the last 6 years of, playing my heart out for this club. Absolutely would do anything to make this club win.
Oh, this is fantastic. I've had a long career in football and you don't get many moments like this, but thankfully tonight we had a great time and we've got the result we wanted.
Delighted to say, joined by the main man, Younes Vescoli. He's been smiling all week, man. This guy's too confident, and also Rio Ferdinand, who's he's looking cool, calm and collected, but I think there's some nerves under there. Talk to me. What's Jolyon been like to be around this last week? Is he just too confident?
No, he's been all right, but today's just a different energy turned up. You know what it is? It's match day, it's final day, and I think you can feel that coming back to Manchester, the Blues.
Parade on Monday, that.
Are you planning your outfit for the parade on Monday?
Nah, I'm not going, to be fair. That's not for me, That's a step too far. I can enjoy tonight.
Yeah.
If we take it, but Monday, let the boys have their time. Let them do their thing.
All right, the confidence I can see is.
There's a belief. Yeah, there's a belief.
Yeah.
There's a belief that it's going to get done.
Rio, as a United fan, as a United legend, there must be the nerve because this treble. Does it take the shine off United's treble?
Well, listen, it gives the blue half of Manchester a voice, doesn't it? It gives them something to counteract the treble that was won at Manchester United. So.
Nice to meet you. Can I?
Yeah, have to push it.
Thank you. Mister.
Hi.
First, I'm going to ask you, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
You are not the boss. You,
I'm good.
As a human being.
I'm good.
How are you? All good?
Good.
I would say it myself, because you can't say it. I think for me, you're the best coach that I've seen in history. That's me. That's me. You don't have to answer. And I will say why. First and foremost, because you improve players, and that's valuable for me. And second of all, you are creating positions that people down in history now are going to form players to be able to play in those positions. Do you remember what you did for me to wake me up? Because I was sleeping.
Kick your ass?
Yeah, that you did also. But the DVD, Liverpool DVD, do you remember? you took me out of the training ground, so it wasn't like a coach talking to a player. It was two people that love the game, I guess. And you told me you want to see those eyes back. And I told you, if you want to see those eyes back, that I'm a son of you-know-what when that happens. And you said to me, let me deal with the son of you-know-what when that happens. That's why, for me, you're the best. What did you do for Haaland to understand what he had to do in order to be on the verge of winning a treble?
I don't know. So I remember when I was appointed the manager from Barcelona. So, and I know the previous season was not, the first season there was not good and easy for anyone. But I remember when I was a spectator what you have done in Arsenal. So, and for me, have a player like you, the movements in behind, like with a good guys like Leo or Andres or Xavi or wherever. So it's a dream come true have a player like you know that. And I think all the manager would try to, to get out the best, for the players that you have. And with Erling, it's the first season, so overcome all the expectations that we had. On and off the pitch is it's unbelievable. I think how the connections, he can do better, but it's normal. He was 22, 23 years. I remember Abidal when...
I do also.
when we were together with 27, 29 years old, I said, and improved a lot the last years in the build-up, becoming the best central defender left to read commits in the build-ups in from behind. So with Erling, imagine, with 23 years old or 22, that he has.
I mean, the transformation can be as much as Erling wants to take it, I think. But and I didn't see him moving like he was moving since the Leipzig game. I think you talked about it. I think you said, if I remember well, I don't like a number 9 that only stays in the box to score goals. He needs to do more in order for us to dominate in Europe and do more. You must have done something, boss, because the way he's coming now to create that overload in midfield, the way now he does move on the right. Before, when the ball was on the right with the winger high and wide, he was often spinning straight away to go on the other side. Now he makes those moves. You must have done something, boss.
When we talk about the team, we didn't take a look to him. We didn't take a look. And we saw a lot of clips, I remember, before the Bournemouth game. And I said, look that action. We make a pose and Erling is alone. And maybe because we come from false 9 many times, always you take a look right, left, right, and you didn't look here. So we have a machine, like when you put the ball there, it's unstoppable. The first intention, you have to look at him. And since then, he was most involved, in part, thanks maybe to him, but maybe absolutely with the team. So from that moment, not just Kevin, you know that, because his natural instinct to see him. Even Ederson, even right back Kyle Walker, will you control the ball? Where is Erling? Is there? Oh, have 3 opponents? Okay, pass the ball there. But he's there, alone, pass the play to him. So, and that was a moment. And of course, when that happened, he learns, because now he's moving much better. But still has to margin to improve. He knows that. We spoke about that.
I said personally that Erling Haaland is the most valuable player of this team. I still think, that's me, boss, I still think that Kevin is the most important player. Can you even explain how he thinks or what he sees or how he is as a player? Because I struggle at times because it's very difficult to understand a genius.
Me too. Me too, yeah.
And we're not stupid, right?
No, me too. Me too.
So why?
He's a special person, so sensitive, and he's reliable in many things. So what they have done these seasons, many years, without him would be almost impossible.
Do you think that, because I would say that Kevin is a, in bracket, perfectionist. The level of expectation that he has from him and from the team that he plays for some time can have an impact on him the wrong way.
Well, sometimes. All I said to Kevin, be angry. Be upset, shout, and, do whatever. Sometimes when it's flat, when it has to be, sometimes you have to, on the pitch, you have to have no bad face. You understand what I'm saying, you know?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's too nice. But he's so nice person. He's a lovely, lovely guy. So quiet. I remember sometimes with these guys, 5 minutes later, it's forgotten for him. His mind is forgotten. He has not a sense of, what happened is and I will pay back in the future. It's completely the opposite. I've been a joy to work with him all the time. I learn a lot. When a guy is thinking more in the make assists than score the goals, it means how generous you are. And he is. He's happy making assists and the compliments for the other ones. He doesn't have highlights for the media. It's okay. He's happy. It's just sometimes I say, come on, Kevin, show me again. Show me in the final Champions League how good you are. You know, how important you are. Make your best game of your life, you know, in that day. Come on, let's do it. This is that, because with him it will be easier to win the Champions League.
You have evolved because the game has evolved. I noticed something also recently. If I go back to when you were a coach at Bayern, the way you went at the company, the way you played, people call it suicidal. I said that's how Pep is. It's not suicidal. He will go and attack and play a certain way. I see now a little evolution on Akanji, stay with Rodrigo, Kyle Walker, wait, he needs to stay with Vinicius Jr. The way you played Arsenal at home also was, we're going to go there, but let me not be also crazy with those guys can hurt us also. So did that change a bit?
It changes the quality of the players.
Okay.
You cannot play 80, 90 minutes or trying to play a lot of minutes in the opponent halfway and conceding every time you lose the ball and make a transition. That would be silly. But now the difference is Akanji is a proper defender. John Stones obviously incredible focus. Kyle has the ability to control one of the most dangerous wingers in all around the world with Vinicius, so without a problem. So we have an Nathan Akin, a duos 1-against-1. Control Saka, whatever right winger that we have. Ruben, he have a huge talent. People say, oh, how good pass, how goals. Be a good defender. I consider the biggest talents in football. So, and now we have players like enjoy defending, enjoy I beat you. And now in this season we have more than that we had in the past, that's for sure. But they could try to control the opponents always have been the same.
I'm thinking about Inter Milan. It's different to play a back five than to play a back four, especially playing a back five with two strikers. Can you maybe explain the difference between playing a back four and a back five with two strikers?
Well, the back five, the wide, you know, when you make a switch of plays, it's more difficult to get it with more time. With my five, it's more difficult. And Inter Milan is not just the structure five back into a striker. So the keeper long time I didn't see something like that with Onana, and it's difficult when you have that keeper to make a high presser properly because you cannot press the keeper with nothing. If you make two men, they link to the strikers with Lukaku and Lautaro and Dzeko. They are a master to keep the ball. With United, for example, it's long ball with Rashford and the other one, they don't keep it. These guys, they keep it, and after they link and they run, and that's why you have to think about what you have.
Our chief reporter, Kaveh Solikol, is in Istanbul, and he's joined now by Jamie Carragher.
Okay, on a day like today, you really want to talk to somebody who knows exactly what it's like to play in a Champions League final. Of course, this man has. You won the Champions League here in Istanbul in 2005, in the same stadium. What are your memories of that evening?
A lot, really. It gets brought up a lot, you know, the game, for obvious reasons. It was a special final that I was lucky to be involved in, really. We were huge underdogs, probably as big as maybe what Inter Milan are tonight against Manchester City. And, yeah, listen, it was a free game, result. It was a miracle in some ways, so I was very lucky to be part of it. AC Milan were a much better team than us, but it was just one of those nights and it fell for us.
And what's the stadium like to play in? Because it looks like quite an old-fashioned stadium, and it's open at two ends.
It's an amazing stadium when you win. It doesn't matter what the stadium's like, so I can assure you, I think the Atatürk Stadium's absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's changed too much. You know, it's a long time ago now since we played, so if it's changed, you know, for the better, I think the infrastructure around the stadium's a lot better. Listening to supporters now, so easier to get to. But in terms of the players who play tonight, it'll be, you know, the biggest night of their lives football-wise. And if they could win, they don't care what the stadium's like. It'll be a great stadium, as I've described it.
And a lot of people are saying that obviously City are the favourites tonight. Do you give Inter any kind of chance at all? I mean, they are a club with a proud European history.
Yeah, you give them a chance, a game of football, and that's why we love football. There's always that sort of jeopardy or feeling that something could go wrong. You know, I keep going back to our final, AC Milan compared to us at that stage. I mean, I think the gulf is as big. I really do. And, you know, we come out on top. Inter Milan, I think they'd have to get the first goal. I just don't see how City would lose it by scoring first. But to make it a great fan, I think it'd be better if Inter Milan scored first, you know, and then there would be a little bit of jeopardy in it. You don't get that too often in Man City games. But the way Man City are playing right now, certainly the last 2 or 3 months, I mean, they're playing football I probably haven't seen since Pep's Barcelona team. And they are huge favourites, and I can't see anything but a City win.
A lot of people talking about the impact Erling Haaland could have on the game this evening. If you were playing against him as a centre-back, how would you handle him? Do you think you could handle him in your prime?
No, I'm not sure I could. I don't think I could. I'm not sure any defenders could, even in the prime. I've got an analysis tonight before the game that I just feel Inter Milan have got to double up on them. And teams have actually done that this season. You play a back three, which is what Inter Milan do. And when you play 3 defenders, it gives you an opportunity to double up, and you've still got the other centre-back. So I think if you're left 1v1 with Haaland, I don't think there's many defenders in this day and age or in the past when I was playing who could deal with them. So I think you need help.
Out of all the other City players as well, which ones have really impressed you the most this season?
I think in the last 2 or 3 months, when I'm talking about this real upturn in form, because City weren't playing like this in the first half of the season, but I would say this role of John Stones, that Pep Guardiola, initially it was from full-back, and then it was from centre-back stepping into midfield. I think he's been a revelation. I think Rodri all season's been outstanding. De Bruyne, some people say he's not having his best season, but he still creates the most chances, the most goals. And Haaland, of course, he's player of the year. To score over 50 goals in your first season is outrageous. But I think of late John Stones, so it'll be interesting to see what his role is tonight, considering that Inter Milan play with 2 strikers.
And you played against 2 Italian sides, AC Milan both times in a Champions League final. You've played against lots of other Italian sides as well. Is it different when you play against an Italian team? Are they much more disciplined? Is it much more of a game of chess than when you play, for instance, in the Premier League?
No, I mean, I think styles of football now in different countries are not completely different the way they were maybe 20, 30 years ago. I think a lot of teams play quite similar football, like to build up from the back. Teams, and even in England, can play defensively when you play against Man City, because if Man City have the ball, you've got to defend. So whether we think a certain team are, you know, an offensive team or a defensive team, against City they make you a defensive team because they'll have 70% of the ball. That will happen tonight. So Inter Milan will have to get bodies behind the ball and try and play on the counter-attack. But I think every team in world football coming up against Man City would have to do the same.
While we've got you here, I really want to ask you about Liverpool as well. They've already done some transfer business. McAllister signed this week. Do you think that's a good signing for Jurgen Klopp?
Well, he's certainly a good player. Whether he ends up being a good signing, we'll see when the season starts. It looks like he can play every position in midfield, which will help Liverpool. But he looks a super talent. Brighton are a brilliant team. The only thing I would say is a lot of players who've come out of Brighton haven't replicated the Brighton form in other teams. So is that because, you know, they're part of a special system at Brighton? You know, the De Zerbi's been fantastic this season. So that'll be interesting to see. But no, I think it's a great signing considering the price as well. 35 million is a steal for a World Cup winner and someone who's got Premier League experience and is only 24.
What else do you think Liverpool need in the transfer market this summer?
They need another midfield player at least. I think Liverpool will end up getting another 2 midfield players, and I think they'll need a defender as well. Whether that's a centre-back or a full-back remains to be seen. There's a lot of talk whether Liverpool will keep with the system that they finished the season with. I think that's really interesting. But I think they'll get another 3 players in, defender and 2 midfield players.
One other thing we haven't spoken to you about, of course, is West Ham winning the Europa Conference the other night. What did you make of that, and how big an achievement do you think that is for David Moyes?
I thought it was brilliant. Absolutely loved watching it. Loved watching a team who aren't used to winning You know, the last trophy was in 1980. You see the scenes when they, you know, take the cup home, the parade around the East End. You know, brilliant scenes that these supporters don't get, and lots of other clubs don't get this now because of the way the game's gone, where it just feels like the top teams win the prizes all the time. And I just think it's sad that so many teams, big clubs in this country, have gone so long without a trophy. And I think West Ham winning that will leave those supporters watching that thinking we want a bit of that, and maybe not sort of taking the Carabao Cup seriously enough, or taking the Europa League or the Conference League in Europe too serious. You've got to go for it. And I think the Premier League now has got so much power financially. Our teams who finish 6th, 7th, 8th in the league, we should be dominating these European competitions because we've got a lot more financial muscle than the other countries that we're coming up against. And I think seeing West Ham do that, I think it's Aston Villa who are in that competition next season, isn't it? I think they're supposed to be looking at thinking we want a bit of that.
David Moyes was under a little bit of pressure earlier this season. We've just found out this morning that he's definitely staying at West Ham. He held talks with David Sullivan yesterday. He is staying. Do you think that's the right decision for him to stay?
Yeah, I do. I think he can do at West Ham what he did at Everton. Similar-sized clubs. Yes, they've had a poor season last season in terms of Premier League position, but that happened now and again at Everton. And he'd always respond the year after and sort of be in the top 8, sometimes a lot of the time the top 6 with Everton. So that's what West Ham were in the last couple of years, and I think David Moyes can get West Ham back in that top 8. Obviously, it looks like Declan Rice will have to go. They'll have to use that money wisely, but I think David Moyes' teams know how to respond.
Let's bring it back to Manchester City and the final this evening. Of course, one team have done the treble before. That was Manchester United. There's been a lot of talk about what they did in 1999. How do you think this City side compares to that United side? And did that United side have it harder? Was it more difficult for them to do what they did in 1999? Because I think it was tougher for them to win the title. They had a bit of a tougher run in the FA Cup as well.
No, it wasn't tougher. It was tougher because they weren't as good as this Man City team. That's why it was tougher. You know, they didn't get as many points as the Man City team in the league. When you look at all the numbers through a season, Man City, you know, I think are better than that 99 team. What I would say is the 1999 team of Manchester United was probably a better achievement because they brought a lot of young players through. So you think if you go through that team and there's 4 or 5 local players, then that's pretty special to then go on and do what they did. Man City don't have that in their team. A lot of players have come in for a lot of money, as happened at Manchester United. But in terms of who I think had come out on top and what the better achievement is the same achievement. There was a lot more jeopardy. It was a lot more exciting watching United because, again, I don't think they were quite as good as this Manchester City team where they just beat teams with ease. What they did to Bayern Munich, what they did to Real Madrid. I mean, obviously United had unbelievable spirit, fight, quality, of course, and an amazing achievement. But I just do think this City team certainly have the edge quality-wise.
Great. Thank you very much.
Leading up to this big game?
No, it's pressure, of course. It's been pressure ever since I signed for City, but I like it, and it's about trying to turn it into something positive and try to enjoy the game, basically.
Inter Milan, what are you anticipating?
We're gonna have a lot of ball. We're gonna have to create things, and I'm gonna try to be inside the 16-meter and try to tap in the goal. Would be nice. I should be in the box, scoring on hopefully first touch, if not more touches. And I don't care about this touch thing. There was a discussion or whatever back in, I think, in October or something.
Yeah. So you see the media?
It went. Yeah, of course I get things with me. I don't need to touch the ball really. I just have to be ready here in case the ball comes, and then if the ball comes, I have to be the first one there, being clear here and be ready to shoot, basically.
So you'll be looking forward to doing that at the weekend against Inter Milan. I have to wish you good luck, man.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Really pleasure talking to you. And good luck, man.
Thank you.
Record-breaking season.
Thank you.
John, what a season you're having. Do you feel like you've found your ideal role?
Yeah, it's been so rewarding, I suppose. Obviously, everything's better when you're winning and the team's performing well, but you know how we've worked on it and how it's come off, I think, has been incredible.
Have you played the game in your head already or a few times yet?
No, And it literally is, you know, when it comes down to when I'm here or on a training pitch or Thursday or Friday when we're out there, I think that's when it kind of switches and, you know, you're involved in it, then you kind of feel it. You haven't got that time to go home, and I'm super excited and still got a bit of time left yet.
So, Roger, you've gone through every big test so far this season. How does it feel just to be on the crest of the next one?
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of feelings. We're excited. We're a bit, you know, in these days after the 2 days off, coming back again training with this feeling in the stomach. We want to arrive into the game, but yeah, very happy so far. Also celebrating what we did in FA Cup. That was great, and now focusing on the next final.
What sort of game do you expect?
Well, I think, of course, very different styles, different types of ways of playing, but it's a matter of patience and don't losing the face to the game.
So you've been successful everywhere you've played. How much has this season been like an excitement journey for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, arriving in the final of the Champions League maybe happens, okay, I'm already 37, so probably it's my first, and I mean, you never know, but probably the last final, so I definitely want to enjoy it, because we had a great season in the Champions League, obviously less good in Serie A, but we won 2 cups as well, Super Cup and the Cup, Italian Cup, so we are happy, and obviously it's a big game for all the club, for all the players, because it's amazing to be in the final, definitely. And we know that we are going to play against probably the best team. But we know that. I mean, we know that City is favourites, and we know that we have to do, not just me, but whole team has to do like, let's say more than 100%, to give more than 100%, because City is a not easy team to beat, but we are tough as well.
With the one and only, legendary, Champions League all-time great, Patrick Kluivert. Now tell me, brother, you enjoying it so far, right here?
Absolutely, yeah. You see, it's the event with all legends that I played with or against, and it's always nice to get together, you know.
Tell me, talking to legends, we got some legends going up against each other in this huge Champions League final.
Yeah.
Inter Milan, Manchester City. Who's your money on?
Manchester City.
Wow.
I'm very clear about that.
Yeah.
If you see how Pep managed the team to win of the Titan Real Madrid, in what way, and also all the games in the Premier League, they deserve it. Come on, let's be honest.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to the game tomorrow, because we have 2 teams who play the game in a different way, because of course you will have this Italian team who are quite really strong defensively, who are defending quite really deep and quite really good going forward in a counter-attack. And then you have this kind of the City teams that love to have the possession, who like to make the opposition team run a lot, and at the moment I believe is the best team in Europe.
And looking at the final tomorrow, is there a way in your mind that you think this is the only way they can beat this City team?
Yeah, obviously I fully expect City to win, but I think if Inter are going to win, it'll just be like a defensive masterclass. Kind of, keeper needs to be on form, everyone needs to be blocking shots. Like, we've all been involved in those games where one team dominates and you nick a 1-0 and you're like, how have we done that? Yeah. So it's kind of one of those, and you just hope it's your day. I think for Inter, there's no pressure on them and they just have to kind of stop Man City. That's kind of their game plan, I think.
One last thing from me, like when I book a tea time next time, are you going to turn up?
They've wrapped up the Premier League, they've wrapped up the FA Cup, they're going for the treble.
This isn't a foregone conclusion that City are going to dictate the outcome of this game. Inter Milan deserve to be in this position of the competition, and they'll genuinely believe. I was lucky enough to speak to Eddie early in the week, and they genuinely believe they're going to cause enough problems to win this game. So I think if it was a case of 2 legs, I'll be more confident that City will get enough opportunities to score enough goals to go through. But in a one-off game, you just need a little bit of luck, and it's better to be lucky than good.
I fancy City to get it done, whatever way it takes, but
being in a dressing room in a one-off game against any opponent, you've always got that boxers punches chance.
This City team are big favourites, no question. If they play their best, like Stevie said, like they did against Man United, they'll win the game comfortably. But this Inter team are stubborn. They got a good goalkeeper, good defence, good midfield players, and there's some great players at the top of the pitch.
Do you feel as a player that winning the Champions League almost makes this team complete?
Well, I feel it's the final step that we've not took yet. I'm not that kind of person who compares these teams. You know, I just enjoy seeing good football, and to be honest, like, it's been an incredible 8 years at the club for me, and we've won so many things, played so good football. So I'm happy I'm part of the process, and you know, it's very enjoyable to play football this way for me. So yeah, that's it.
You say that you've been here 8 years, Kevin. You've been like some fabulous moments. Where would you rank this team in those 8 years that you've been here?
Oh, it's so hard, you know. Obviously, I think in the end people will compare it on what you win. I think playing style, okay, 1 year is maybe a little bit better than the other one, but I don't even know how to compare when we had 100 points to having a domestic treble. And imagine if we could win tomorrow. Like, how do you compare it? Like, at least I can say, like, I've been able to be in all these teams and so many good players. So, you know, that's it.
Does winning the Premier League and the FA Cup so far add to the pressure in terms of now it's the treble, or does it help you? It gives you confidence going into this match?
I feel it puts the pressure a little bit away for me. I can't speak for anybody else, but I think we should just take this game and enjoy it. You know, we've had an incredible season no matter what happens, and hopefully we can begin relaxed at the game tomorrow and just try and play our football that we can do, and yeah, hopefully win the game.
Brilliant. Well, Kevin, thank you very much for your time. Good luck tomorrow. This is where legends are made, and I'm sure you've got a right chance of being one of those.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
Pep, it's lovely to have you here. Is this a difficult time? Is this the most difficult time because you've got all the anticipation, the excitement, and it's all happening tomorrow?
No, I think the most difficult one is when the players are warm up. You are in the dressing room and waiting still 1 hour. That is the worst. But now it's relax, good dinner. We're going to do everything, so no problem.
And you've been emphasising to the players that this is such an occasion, just to bring all of it in. Don't shut it out. You know what I mean? Just enjoy it, the experience.
The pressure is there, so the players want to do it, and the difficulty of the opening is there. So we don't have doubts, any doubts about that.
I was reading a story about you in 2005. You nearly signed as a player.
Hi, Pep. James Ducker from the Daily Telegraph. Pep, Kevin De Bruyne has just said, when asked if winning the Champions League is a dream or an obsession for City, he said maybe both. What's your view?
It's absolutely a dream, yeah. Absolutely a dream. And, you know, to achieve things, always you have to have the correct portion of obsession, you know, to desire, to want it. When the obsession is a positive word for the fact to be desire and willing, you know, to try to do it. But of course, a dream for all of us.
Jack. Hi, Pep. Jack Gorn from the Daily Mail. Obviously, you're massive favourites tomorrow, which is unusual for a European final like this. How do you go about keeping the players sort of focused on the job in hand?
As every single game we play during the season, this is a special. We look this press conference room, how many people we are here, but normally it doesn't happen. That is, we know exactly how important it is, the competition, but so I don't control what the people have an opinion about the type of game, and just focus what you have to do. So I saw as much games as possible about Inter de Milan to try to know them as better as possible, and and try to do our game. At the end, everything finishes a football game, and the team who are going to perform better during 95 minutes, they will be the winners, they will be the favorites. So what happened in the past, in the season, if you can count about the history in this competition, Inter de Milan is bigger than us. But that is not important. It's not important. The people say you are favorite or favorite or no favorite. This is not important. Important tomorrow at 10 p.m. Istanbul time, do the best performance as possible. That will make the difference.
Hi, Pep. Mike from BBC Radio Manchester. City fans have, in the past, made their voices known about this competition pre-kick-off, but last week İlkay Gündoğan spoke of how a positive atmosphere really helped the side at Wembley in the FA Cup final. So how important is it that perhaps City fans replicate that positive atmosphere tomorrow?
Absolutely, I'm completely agree with İlkay. It's a day to celebrate it. So the Inter fans, the Manchester City fans, it's a day to be happy, to celebrate being here. So this is the most important feeling. So it's finished, you know, to what happened in the past is in the past. UEFA is a Champions League and UEFA is an incredible competition. So they try to organize the best competition as possible. We are here to support conditionally what UEFA is doing in this tournament. Of course, we are not going to boo anymore, and we are going to support the game and try to have fun.
Hola Pep, Javier Alonso de Radio Nacional de España. ¿Cuáles crees que van a ser? Sé que imagino que ahora es complicado decir antes del partido, pero ¿cuáles crees que van a ser las claves de todo lo que has visto este año del Inter de Milán? ¿Qué es lo más complicado? Gracias.
Bueno, muchísimas cosas. Muchísimas cosas. Un equipo habituado a no solo a defender. Hay una teoría de que los equipos italianos solo defienden. Evidentemente saben defender muy bien. Para ellos ir 0-0 es como si van ganando, pues no se ponen nunca ansiosos, pero tienen con un portero en la salida tanto Bastoni como Acerbi o Darmian con Onana son muy efectivos, y luego tienen la capacidad para contactar muy bien con sus atacantes, tanto Lautaro, Dzeko, Lukaku, Correa, si juegan, tienen la capacidad de sostener este balón. Normalmente los balones largos 7-10, 8-10 los pierden, estos no. El Inter tiene la capacidad de tenerla y ahí es donde son peligrosos. Pues a partir de ahí te atacan por dentro, te giran el juego, te atacan otra vez. Ya. Son difíciles de hacerlo. Si haces mano a mano te destruyen, si les dejas jugar te hunden. Y bueno, intentaremos defender de lo mejor posible, tanto alto como bajo, y luego sobre todo ser nosotros con el balón y hacer un buen partido.
Hey Pepe, it's Aaron from NRK here. Erling have had an expected goals of 9.6 in the last 12 games. It has not been.
I don't have any doubt. So tomorrow he will be ready to help us to win the Champions League.
Huzaifa Yilmaz from Arabic Post. Pep, in case you don't know, you are a source of inspiration for the Arab youth who are dreaming to be coaches one day. So I want to ask you, what are the main principles behind your success, and what's your message for every young in the Arab world who want to take the same path as you?
Have a good players. My success. Have Messi in the past, have Haaland now. This is my success. No, I'm not joking, huh? It's the truth. So.
How do you get the best out of them?
Let them feel alone they cannot do it, and let them feel that together we are a strong team, have the same idea. The guys who follow us or follow me, they will be here. The guys who don't try to do it, they will not be here. But every manager had success in the past, in the present, will be in the future for a long time, is because having strong institutions, and especially strong institutions, having exceptional players. So I would like to tell you, I never as a manager score a goal, never ever. So.
Dave?
Hi Pep, David McDonald from the Daily Mirror. 2 years ago you lost the final to Chelsea. What lessons do you feel you and the players learned from that defeat, that experience, that gives you the confidence there'll be a different outcome tomorrow?
I would like to tell you the lessons, but I don't know. I don't know, because it's different games. 2 years later, many things happen, different players, different competitions. So, what I'm pretty sure that 2 seasons ago, what we planned, what we had in mind is try to have success, to do good game against Chelsea. It didn't work. And that's why all the people say the decision was wrong, and tomorrow will be the same. I have a plan, I have an idea, I communicate to the players, we're going to apply it. If it has success, the ideas will be good. If it's wrong, the ideas will be bad. So, but we are ready. I had the feeling that we are ready. The players will give absolutely everything, knowing and respecting a lot the opponents that we have ahead of us. Could not be otherwise, so... And yeah, go for it.
Hola Pep, Vicente Muglia de Argentina, del diario Le. Quería preguntarte desde lo táctico, ¿cuánto cambia enfrentar a un equipo que juega con 2 atacantes más por dentro, como en el caso del Inter, y no contra otros que juegan con un delantero y gente por afuera? ¿Y qué opinás de cómo es el nivel, de cómo está hoy Lautaro para este partido?
Claro que cambia. Jugar con 2 delanteros, con un delantero, jugar con el Inter que juega con 5 en el fondo o 4, cambia. Sí, claro que cambia. Nuestra salida tiene que ser distinta, las transiciones van a ser distintas, nuestro juego de ataque va a ser distinto. Y Lautaro un poco más, tengo que decir que cómo está jugando en los últimos tiempos. Es campeón del mundo, por tanto, si eres campeón del mundo es que tienes algo especial, sostiene bien el balón, da continuidad al juego en el área.
Hey, anybody home? Hey. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good evening. I already said good evening. Good whatever time it might be in your location. How everybody is doing today. Today is the Champions League final between Inter and Manchester City. Manchester City could win the treble this season, and then there will never be discussion again between Manchester United and Manchester City. So let me just try to fix everything here. Hopefully you can see me and you can hear me. We are way on time. The game is gonna start like in 1 hour plus, more than an hour that we're gonna be here talking and talking and talking. So feel free to comment, ask questions, or do something, call us or something. Hey Andrew, hello, nice to see you, brother. God bless my brother. I do have work soon. Unfortunately, I'm not able to watch the game. Man, feel sorry for you. You should be working for me, so I can give you off days when Chelsea plays or when there is a Champions League final like this. Unfortunately, you don't want to work for me. Every time you tell me, oh, I'm going to call you, brother, and we're gonna talk about video games and play together and make some videos, and then you disappear for a couple months. You are like Chelsea, my brother. You are like Chelsea. Not consistent. Nice to see you, my brother Andrew. Inter will beat Manchester City. Our boy, Romelu Lukaku, will score a brace. You never know. You never know. It's football, my brother. It's football. Never say never in football. I've seen Chelsea win the Champions League with 15% against Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich or Bayern Munich? What are you talking about? And I will never say never in football. Listen, Pep Guardiola always try to complicate everything in a final like this. 2 years ago, he did the same against Chelsea. So many times in the last 8 years at Manchester City, always something. So, but this time around, Yaya Toure is not the obstacle again. Yaya Toure already blessed them and they made peace. So, no curse anymore. So probably this is it. This is the time that that City might do it. So, people, if you ask in your location, you have the time zone here. 12 o'clock in Los Angeles. I think it's the same time in the Arizona part where my brother, Mr. Andrew, lives. I think it's going to be at 12 o'clock. There's still like early morning over there. New York time is going to be 1500 or 3 o'clock. We have in Brasilia. Brasilia is the capital city of Brazil. It's going to be 1600 or 4 o'clock or whatever you want to call it, or 14 or 16, whatever language you speak. You know what? I noticed that young people today don't want to, they don't know how to read the old clock that gives you all the arrows and stuff, because they are so digital. Yeah, that is another topic. It's going to be 8 o'clock p.m. Manchester time. How many time zones it is in England? I don't know. In Great Britain, in the UK, it's a lot of time zones. But in England, like England, country England, how many time zones they have, I don't know. And it's going to be 9 o'clock p.m. in Madrid, 9 o'clock in Johannesburg. That makes it probably 11 o'clock p.m. in Cape Town, which is my city. It's going to make it 11 o'clock in Abu Dhabi. Wow. It's going to be on Sunday. Sunday in New Delhi. New Delhi is going to be Sunday. Oh, my goodness. Like 12:30, New Delhi. Oh, my goodness me. Beijing. Beijing is going to be 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. Tokyo is going to be 4 o'clock in the morning, Sunday. And Melbourne, Australia is going to be 5 o'clock on Sunday. Crazy, crazy, crazy how God created this world, right? Okay, Mr. Andrew, that you have to work on a Champions League final evening. That really sucks. All right. Yeah, he's making money. He's a young man. He's like early 20s or teenager or something. Will Pep get sacked if City don't win? No. Pep is not gonna get sacked. He's gonna walk. Like, if he's not happy anymore, he's gonna say goodbye. Nobody can sack Pep Guardiola. He's in control of everything there. Transfer, kitchen lady, dinners, everything is in his hand. They gave him the power, the key. Nobody can sack Pep Guardiola. And that's why he didn't want to sign for Chelsea, because he didn't have any power at Chelsea. Abramovich woke up in the morning in his yacht somewhere in Monaco drinking some cognac, and then you are fired because you lost 2 games. That is not Pep. Pep is not somebody that you're going to sit and there, okay, I'm going to send you Torres. No, I want Aguero. No, you take Torres. I like that guy, Torres. So I'm the boss. I decide. You find a way to use Torres. That was Abramovich. But Pep, you don't impose Pep what to do. He's in charge of everything. If he's not in charge anymore, he's going to walk. Nobody on earth is going to sack Pep Guardiola. And he's going to make sure that everything is written in the contract that you don't sack him. He's going to walk if he's not happy. How crazy can you be to sack Pep Guardiola? And after Pep Guardiola, I think City are going to go down a little bit. They will be up a certain level, but Pep Guardiola is everything. Mr. Sokhang said, it's 2 a.m. in my country, Cambodia. Okay. Cambodia, yeah, that's long. I've been to Vietnam. I'm not going to say everything on the camera here, but yeah. I've been in Vietnam visiting friends and family over there on a mission. On a mission. From All right, so Vietnam, I've been there. I've been in New Delhi, and I've been to also some other part of India. Many parts. I've been also to Singapore and stuff like that. Mr. People's Republic said that only one time zone for British. Okay, and that is GMT, GMT. The rest of the world's time zone is either plus, minus, or GMT. You're talking about British. We're talking about British here. It's just like everywhere. British, you can find British somewhere in Argentina, in some kind of island, you know, part of the British thing. Okay, my friend, here we go. Manchester City could lift it today. It's gonna be sad for Manchester United, and this is the place that Chelsea is supposed to be. Chelsea is supposed to be in this level of competing every single season and not going through a crisis and rebuild from zero. So, yeah, we might enjoy 19 trophies in 20 years under Abramovich, but it could have been 50 trophies if we learn to build something, you know? Build something under Ancelotti or something and give him power, you know, and be patient. But it is what it is. It's too late, and I don't expect anybody to understand what I'm talking about here, right? Okay. So, I think the lineup is already out there. Let's go and double check on the lineups. All right, lineup been there forever. So let's go. Ederson in goal, Akanji, Stones, Diaz, Ake. Wow, Ake is starting the Champions League final, a so-called Chelsea reject. Rodrigo, Gundogan, De Bruyne, Bernardo, Grealish, and Erling Haaland. You know, before, Pep used to complicate everything. I think this time he understood that he need to keep it simple. You know, let people be happy and play what they've been learning over the years instead of in the final, like the last time. I think he took Rodrigo out. He took whatever, no sitting, you know, no DM, no nothing. The midfield was really KO. But of course, N'Golo Kante completely destroyed their midfield. But that is another topic for another day. But you see here, Pep Guardiola is keeping it simple. He doesn't want to complicate anything. He just want to, you know, play football. Keep it simple. You know? And I am sure that Yaya Toure already did his job behind the scenes. Yaya Toure already did his job. There are police cars outside. It's not me. They are not coming for me. Just relax. I didn't do anything wrong. So you have to relax. Okay. So you see here on the bench, they have Ortega, Carson, Walker, Phillips, Laporte, Alvarez, Gomez, Mahrez, Pironi, Foden, Palmer, and Lewis. Even from the bench, you can see that Walker, somebody like Walker on the bench, Foden on the bench, Mahrez on the bench, you know, Julian Alvarez on the bench. It tells you how City are so strong. This team is something else, right? Manchester City are something else. So let's go to Inter. Not Inter Miami here because everybody's talking about Inter Miami at the moment. This is the original Inter de Milan. So, you see, let's go to Inter. Dzeko, Lautaro Martinez in front. No Lukaku. Oh my goodness. Lukaku is going to score a header when he comes on the second half. So Dzeko and Lautaro Martinez in front. Remember, Dzeko used to play for Manchester City. He played there maybe more than 4 or 5 years. And he was shipped. Went to Roma. Now he's just like a fine red wine. Keep on getting better and better and better. Some of the goals that this guy scores is just like ridiculous volleys. Okay, so Dzeko and Lautaro in front. I think Lukaku is not happy, but he needs to pretend to be happy because, everybody want to start in the Champions League final. The problem is you can't really please everybody, right? You can't please everybody. And back three of Bastoni, Asebri, and Darmian. Remember Darmian? He used to be at Manchester United. Okay, and then they have wing backs of DiMarco, Dumfries, and midfield three of, I'm not going to even attempt to pronounce his name, Hakan. I'm going to call him Hakan, his first name. Kalunoglu is the last man, but I don't want to attempt and disrespect him. Brozovic and Barella. So they are solid, man. They're going to sit back. Not really too back, because if you stay too close to your goal, Erling Haaland is gonna find a way to destroy you. And Andre Onana is in goal. It's gonna be very interesting to see the battle between Andre Onana and Erling Haaland. I am a little worried because Onana is short, goalkeeper like Kepa, but he got some long arms, and he's more commanding and imposing in the box than Kepa. He's the boss in that box. Onana can dominate, and even people twice his size, he's gonna bully them, and that's the kind of authority that Kepa is missing. So let's wait and see what's gonna happen. But it's a very, very, very interesting game today. So let me go back again and remind you: Onana in goal, Bastoni, Acerbi, Darmian, Dumfries, DiMarco, Kalhanoglu, Brozovic, Barella, Dzeko, and Lautaro Martinez. No big Rom. And then for Manchester City, Ederson in goal, Akanji, Ruben Diaz, Ake, Stones in the midfield. That tells you everything you want to know. Pep Guardiola can change and twist things around. Nobody knows exactly how this is gonna. Is he playing 3 at the back, or is gonna be 4 at the back, depending how they attack and how they defend. But on paper, it looks like Stones is gonna play in the midfield. Wow, complicated, huh? Bernardo Silva, De Bruyne, Gundogan, and Grealish, and then the killer, the gunman himself, Mr. Erling Haaland in front. I think he's going to try everything in his power to score in the Champions League final. This is the competition that he was brought to win. That's what he said in his interviews, like, hey, Manchester City didn't buy me to come and win the Premier League because they know how to win the Premier League. They've been winning like 4 times in the last 5 years, the Premier League and other trophies. So they needed me to come here and help win the Champions League. So somebody like Erling Haaland, even if he doesn't score, he's going to keep defenders very, very busy because you don't know what is going to be his next move. So when he's keeping defenders busy, it's going to open the gap. So for people like Gundogan, De Bruyne, Bernardo, Grealish, everybody to try and score. So people don't realize how much Mr. Erling Haaland is in that team of Manchester City, not United. Even when he's not winning, even if he's not scoring goals, he's very, very important. Let me read some more comment here from you guys. Greeting to you, Mr. Smiley. I hope the Canadian wildfire smoke hasn't consumed your city yet. Is today's show a call-in show or just information-giving show? Yeah, it's a call-in show. I'm very far away from Canada. So the people in the Jersey Shore, the people in Minnesota or New York area, you know, that part of the country been struggling with the smoke, but not us here. Here we're still good, but it's just giving me some kind of like air pollution kind of alert in my computer and cell phone all the time. But it doesn't, you know, that's happened. That's happened even without the fire. But we good. Okay, out of Andrew said, out of all the MLS teams, why did Messi choose Inter Miami? He likes Florida. He couldn't pick a bigger market team like New York City FC or LA FC. Market sales will fly because it's Messi. Well, listen, Messi, or maybe he doesn't want to go there and be like, oh, you are joining a successful team. Now, let's say Inter Miami are bottom of the conference, right? So if Messi goes there and help them win something, it's going to be the Messi effect, right? And also Florida, let's face it. There are so many Latino over there. Everybody pretty much speak Spanish over there. He doesn't have to struggle with the language. He can do his interviews in Spanish. And Argentina national team have a camp and they're buying even acres and acres of land over there to kind of put a base, Argentinian base in Florida over there in Miami. So I think it's a very strategic. He got a luxury apartment over there or villas already there. He been living there pretty much every vacation. He's there. The kids love the lifestyle in you know in that part of the country. So I think it's a good choice for him, you know. So yeah, let's wait and see what's gonna happen. So Miami is probably where he's supposed to be. Does Inter Miami have a shot MLS Cup title? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Who is Mike Magnan? The Chelsea is set to sign. I made a video. The problem with you don't watch my normal videos. You only come here for live streams. But I make a lot of videos every single day in different channels. So if you go there, you're going to find some analysis, some statistics, some, tell you what I know about Magnan. I made a video even this morning about this guy. And let's move on. Okay, people, so get around because it's only 47 minutes to go until the kickoff for this game here between Manchester City and Inter Milan. All right, let's do this. All right, are you guys ready? Maybe not. Let me try to fix this thing. Champions League. This is where Chelsea belong. This is where we belong, Chelsea Football Club. But because of the past mistakes, we are paying the price now. Every single season. Why do we have to go from zero every single season? Why can't we just have some kind of consistency in terms of team, in terms of managers, and some stabilities, man? I'm sick and tired of this. But it is what it is. Okay, so we're going to double check what is happening on the pitch. Nervous for Manchester City. Nervous for Inter Milan. Until the end, you never know who could win this thing. All right? Let's go back to the stadium. So you have the lineup for both teams. Let's go and double check who's gonna score. The best of the best on the stage today. Erling Haaland warming up here. Jack Grealish, more complete player at the moment. The first season at Manchester City, he wasn't that good because Pep Guardiola wants you to play a certain way. If you don't play that way, you're gonna be on the bench just to teach you a lesson. Jack Grealish came from a team where everybody used to work for him at Aston Villa, and come to Manchester City, you are imposed to play a certain way. So even if you are a good player, you're going to struggle a little bit under Pep Guardiola. De Bruyne, you know how he started. Jack Grealish now can tell you more. He's a more complete player at the moment. Erling Haaland, Pep Guardiola is not happy until today, even if he scored more goals than anybody. He doesn't want him to be just a goal scorer. He wants him to be more. So, Jack Grealish, this season, he hasn't scored a lot of goals because that's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed just to work for the team, but that brother is good. 100 million, well spent. But listen, if Jack Grealish signed for Chelsea Football Club and he struggled for the first year, theories, narratives, all kind of failed compilations were going to be made to kick him out and call him name. This is another British fail. This is another English player overrated and hyped by the media and blah, blah. But the second season, you see what Jack Grealish can do. The same with people like Lukaku or whatever, you know, like context behind the so-called failure is not applied in the Chelsea community. Like if you are patient and you keep working hard and you keep trusting, I think a player is going to improve. But when you have to change 5-6 managers in 2 years, there is a problem. Different systems, different players all the time. You're not going to get any kind of consistency. Because Chelsea are used to chaos, and we love it because we've been winning some trophies here and there, and people don't question the real problems at Chelsea. Now that we try to fix those problems, we become impatient. We don't want to wait. Okay, so let me go back and show you some of the transfer news, right? We are talking about the Champions League, but in the meantime, I have to keep you updated with everything that is happening. And since people are not asking questions or participating to the show, so I have to find something to keep you entertained. All right? Let's go. So, by the way, you can join me on social media. This is my page here on Twitter, Green Turf in one word. I always follow people back, by the way. Always. No ego, no nothing. We are all the same. You follow me, I follow you back. That's the way it is. All right, so let me go and check what is happening with Mr. Romano, if there are some updates to give you here. Let's go to Mr. Romano. Understand that Al Tino FC are set to make a verbal proposal for Mauro Icardi deal at the early stage. So yeah, this is another guy that Saudi want. Icardi to Saudi. Yeah, he need just to go there. He's a troublemaker and hitting on people's cheeks and all that. Taking his colleagues' wives and all that. So you need just to go there, get your money put in the pocket. But what a talent. Destroyed by a woman. That woman just destroyed his career because Never went again to the national team. Not a good relationship with other Argentinian players and all that, you know. So he been really. And I heard that Wanda Nara already left and living with a rapper from I don't know where and putting pictures on social media just to make Icardi jealous. All right, so that is another case. Now you have here official Youri Tielemans signed as Aston Villa player tonight. Agreement in place over 4 years contract. Done deal. It's sealed. It's a here we go. Tielemans joined the club as a free agent from Leicester City. You know, I am a little surprised about this because Tielemans, remember 2 years ago, Arsenal wanted him at any cost. They even offered money, 50 million, 60 million. No, they didn't take it, and now they're going to lose him on free. Nobody wants him anymore. Like, the downfall is a little bit... I still remember when this brother was on top of the world. He was on top, man in demand. It was like, oh, PSG want him. Oh, Barcelona or Real Madrid want him. Oh, Arsenal want him. And then he helped Leicester City to win the FA Cup. Remember when they beat Chelsea at Wembley Stadium 1-0, a long range shot, and Kepa Arrizabalaga again. Sorry about that. I have a little bit cold. Okay. So, yeah, this guy signing on free for Aston Villa, it looks like it's not his level. 2 years ago, he was really the level of the Champions League, level of Manchester United, City, or whatever. Now he's going to play Conference League and on free. This is a very good deal for City. For Villa, not City, for Villa. So, yeah, Youri Tielemans to Aston Villa is a here we go. What else? I'm just surprised about the team that he's joining compared to his level and how many teams wanted him 2 years ago. And now nobody even rushing. Like Chelsea need a midfielder. They didn't go for him because it's not the profile that Chelsea are looking for. Arsenal are looking for a midfielder. They didn't go for him because it's not the profile that they are looking for. So that's why sometimes when the trend is gone, it's gone. Okay? You missed your opportunity, it's gone. You have just to settle in a certain level. Let's go. This guy here, Orkan joined Benfica. Understand Adrian Black has just signed a contract to become new Utrecht player, joining as a free agent. I just don't understand this time around. There are so many free agents, right? So many free agents this time around. Kante, free agent. Tielemans, free agent. I can go on and on and on. Nasser Al-Khalifi, PSG is my club, is my heart. In my heart, I have nothing to do with Manchester United. Yeah. We know how that works. Do you think that Qatar are going to accept to say that, oh, we own Manchester United and we own also PSG? This is just PR stuff, but everybody knows that Manchester United are going to be owned by the same people who owns PSG. It just, they changed the names to make it look like has nothing to do with them. Everybody knows. Nobody expects him to come and accept it in public. People, you can call us if you want, or you can comment or ask a question or anything. Xavi Simons on his future. Clearly a lot of change now. I haven't met or spoken to the new manager yet. PSG got a release, a buyback clause for this guy here, Mr. Simons. There's nothing really, nothing special here. Rafael Leao, new AC Milan number 10. He's going to take the number 10 shirt this season after signing a contract, a long-term contract. Brahim Diaz is going back to Real Madrid from AC Milan on loan. Arsenal new contract plan continue as Martin Odegaard, next one on the list. So I heard that they already agreed a new contract with Saliba. Bukayo Saka signed another long-term contract, so they are trying to tie them up so they don't have to worry anymore about the speculations on the market. So if Arsenal next season they manage to get Declan Rice and Caicedo together, they're gonna. I think they also need a proper number 9. You know, somebody with a different profile, somebody that can sit there. Sometimes they just try to play too much tiki-taka and the game is so difficult. The game, sometimes you have to play long balls in the box and then try to nick a goal. So they need a tall, powerful, proper old school number 9. So if they got that number 9 and the midfield of Declan Rice and also Moises Caicedo, if they manage to get both of them, they are trying to get rid of Jorginho and probably Thomas Partey. Xhaka is leaving. So if Arsenal, for some reason, they manage to get that midfield of Declan Rice and Moises Caicedo, game over, people. Next season, they are going to fight for the title again. But they are also in the Champions League, so it's going to be very interesting to see what's going to happen to Arsenal. All right, people, so 33 minutes until the kickoff. I'm here for the people. So if the people wanna comment, so we can keep this conversation going. It's not an obligation though. I'm just reminding you that you can do whatever you want. You don't have to apologize or you don't have to feel guilty of anything. I'm just reminding you that this is a call-in show and I like people to participate, but if they don't participate, then that's cool. All right. Okay. Let's go and see some other news from the Champions League. All right. Manchester City mascot is probably the ugliest one. I don't know. It's just kind of astronaut or some kind of alien. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. 31 minutes. People Republic, you don't have to feel obligated because every time I remind people, you feel like, oh, I'm sorry. You don't have to be sorry about anything. Gonna try to take you at some point even when I finish setting this up. Oh, what next? It's gonna be interesting. Imagine today if Inter Milan pull off this and manage to beat City. Man, that is going to be something, right? If they manage to beat City today, I don't know. Fixing. How everybody is feeling? Tell me who's gonna win. Who's gonna win this game here? I'm trying to fix something on the screen. Nobody can see it, only me can see and understand what I'm doing. All right. Manchester City today. Today is the end of the regular season in Europe. The last game, pretty much. Boom, boom. Yeah, you can go now, Mr. People Republic.
Hey, good evening.
Yes, sir.
So let me just turn down. I'm watching this interview, very nice interview. Simon Jordan up front, he's got this excellent podcast. He interviews all these people here. He's interviewed, the best one I've seen so far, he interviewed this Liverpool, John Barnes. Remember John Barnes? For Liverpool legend there. Oh, very, very interesting podcast. 1 hour. That guy is John Barnes. That guy is dead smart. I didn't realize he was so intelligent, that boy. But yeah, and this one was with Matt here. But anyway, by the side, I asked a question about this player Chelsea's been linked to. I've never heard of him. What is his name?
Mike Maignan.
Who is Mike Maignan?
He's a goalkeeper playing for AC Milan.
Okay, how good is he?
Very good.
Yeah. Okay. Now I saw them. AC Milan. Didn't he let one goal in there when they were playing Inter? The one where there was a bit of a dodgy Kepa-like goal. Otherwise,
every goalkeeper in the world is gonna make those kind of mistakes or have a bad moment. But we judge goalkeepers overall and in a long period of time. Even Neuer or Buffon or whatever, Alisson, some of the goals that they will consider, you are like, even my Sunday League goalkeeper can't consider that is part of this game. But overall, how we judge them is the most important.
That's because Inter said no to, was it 40 million? They tried to Chelsea get the Inter goalkeeper, and I read somewhere the Inter refused. I don't know how much they want.
Milan, not Inter. Inter have Onana and
Onana. But Chelsea made a bid.
Milan got Maignan.
Chelsea's bid for Onana was turned down for 40 million.
Well, it's not official yet. It's just speculations, because when you don't see somebody like David Austin or Fabrizio Romano confirming a bid, they are interest. Their interest doesn't mean. But there are certain people who would take the news to the next level for business reason, just for clicks and speculations. But they are, having contact is different than making offers. It's just like, they are thinking about giving an offer in that region, and somebody is gonna twist those words and say Chelsea made an offer. That's how this business works. Because we have to come up with new words and new catchphrases and buzzwords to keep people interested. That's the way it is. There is nothing official here.
It doesn't make sense, if we think about it. Let's just say you and me about to do. I am interested. Let's say you have a car for sale. Now, I wouldn't go to my neighbor and say, I've to Dr. Oz, I've made an offer. You would actually, I would just go straight to you and would make a deal. You do that one-on-one. You don't involve third parties it doesn't make any sense. So why would I want to say to somebody, I've made an offer for his car for, let's say, $5,000. What's it? It's got nobody else. Only would I say, if you sold me a car, the deal's been done, yes, and then I'd say, yes, I bought the car for $5,000. That's something. But I wouldn't tell anybody before. Because what if the deal went through? Then I would look like an idiot. So it's just I never quite understood this. Chelsea made an offer, United made an offer, or bid or something, and it makes no sense business-wise anyway. Everything should be. Look at how when Man City buys players, we just hear Man City have signed somebody 50 million or they've signed this one 50. Okay, we didn't hear there was any speculation, any rumors, any offers, nothing. Because as you know, if Chelsea makes an offer, clubs start rubbing their hands. Ooh, it's time to make some money. Okay, we'll double the price. We'll double the price because this is Chelsea. They're idiots. They pay. And while other teams, they do everything very quietly through third-party agents, and they get players cheap. Look at Liverpool, how they do business. They always pay under market price. While we at Chelsea, we are ridiculous.
Mr. Gordon, Saudi money rules. You should put the Roman money rule, because you the guy who started with all this money. I don't know what you're trying to do here, or try to make it look like it's all money is bad money, but you guys are the guys who started all the money thing, right? Chelsea.
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I'm hoping that that Saudi money can do us a favor. First of all, good afternoon, evening, morning to you guys. I'm hoping that Saudi money can do us a favor and help us in our clear out.
Yeah,
we need Saudi money for that, because nobody wants to pay. Everybody wants to lowball us. So only the Saudis can do something.
Yeah.
Did you see Saudi money? Kante went from 300k a week to 1.6 million or 1.6 million pounds a week.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I think the brother deserves all the penny that he's gonna get there, because that. Yeah. First of all, Chelsea were dragging the contract up for years now. Instead of extending and then until the end, and then he's injury prone, and then otherwise, if we gave him, for example, 2 years extension, we could have got probably 20 million on him. We could have sold him, having some kind of transfer fee. But nobody really knew that Saudi were going to go crazy on the market like that. It came out of the blue. Bam. They want Benzema. Bam. They want such and such. Came out of the blue. Nobody knew, but I think he's lucky. And, when you are dragging, they try to give him half of the price, half of the money that he's getting. He's ready to sign. And Chelsea, no, we're not sure. Maybe not. And then, boom, this kind of opportunity present itself. What do you want the brother to do? I am having a lot of injuries in England, probably because of the weather. I'm going to a more warmer weather the entire season. Not a lot of pressure. This is a Muslim country. He's a Muslim. And Kante is having the time of his life at the moment. I'm very happy for the brother. Aziz. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go for it, bro. What's going on?
I was watching your show, so I was listening to my big man talking.
Mr. People's Republic. All right.
Yeah, man. Nah, you're a big man, man.
No. I'm a small man with a big pond.
He's bringing his conspiracy theories here.
So what y'all thinking about today's finals?
Well, anything really. Who's going to score? Haaland or Romelu Lukaku is going to score a hat-trick when he comes on in the second half? We don't just know. We just neutral today. And this is just the place that Chelsea's supposed to be. Like, we supposed to be in the conversation in the Champions League, and not even qualifying is just like shame on us, because
it's so unfortunate, man. It's so unfortunate. This is what you call, sorry to cut you off, this is what you call, if you don't prepare, if you don't properly prepare for what is coming, it's just like taking an exam. You don't study, you're gonna fail.
That's the problem.
This is gonna teach us a lesson that other teams will catch up on you if you don't prepare well.
That's the
problem.
problem.
Not because we are Chelsea. It's not because we are Chelsea.
You are saying the whole thing is good, but when it comes to building, this is where we don't agree, because you're saying good, we don't prepare. How you prepare? You need a plan. A plan is not always going to take 2 months, 3 months and win a trophy. A plan just means it might take you long. You might fail building something, but eventually you're going to be there and it's going to be for a long term. But since we are all used to chaos and shortcut all the time, that we just don't know anything about planning anything. It's about, just let me give you an example before I let you talk. Somebody like Jack Grealish, if he came to Chelsea, that one season that he did awful at Manchester City, now the so-called Chelsea fans, we're going to make edit. We're going to make all kind of conspiracy theories and call him flop and how this guy been hyped by the English media and blah, blah, blah, blah. Get him out. We got scammed. We have to get him out and go get another 100 million player. But the second season, you can see the brother is in another level. He kind of settled from one fish in the one big fish in the small pond, whatever he was at Villa, being the man that everybody else need to work for, so he can finish action and score goals. He's the man. To coming to City, where you have to deal with Pep Guardiola and other 25 more big stars than you have to learn. So that is just one example. I can go on and on, but if I go on and on, I'm not going to let you talk. So just one example to show you that the patience that other teams will have with their players is not the same that Chelsea fans are going to have with their players. We are used to quick fix. We don't want to work hard. We want everything to happen now. But when it comes to working for that, we don't. You can go now, Mr. Aziz or anybody.
Okay, you're talking about, we're not giving player chances. You're not giving player chances. What about the players that you spend a lot of money on them? They've been here for like 3 seasons and they've even gone worse. What will you call that?
Okay, so let me answer. I'm going to be very short and I'll let you talk. Today we are doing good because we don't cut each other. That is a question from you. So, very good question. The problem is we don't use context. How many coaches, how many systems, how many colleagues you work with in the last 3 years? And then from there we can go. I tell you what, now, the team that won us the Champions League, how many of them still in the team? How many of them we're going to have next season? All those little things that people take for granted are very important in the dressing room. Jorginho, leader, not there anymore. Kovacic, whatever what you will say about him, he's going to be out. Mason Mount, call him whatever you want. Tammy Abraham. You start putting those elements together and you see that there is no comparison here. If you go to City, why Jack Grealish is improving? Same manager, same team for 8 years. What they have to do is to add some element here and there, and you learn the trend playing with the same group of people, the same system, only some twist and change and turns here and there, and everything is putting together. So before you start talking about Mason Mount never developed, or Kai Havertz never developed, he need to go. You have to apply context. You have to apply what system, what position, what kind of managers they were working under, and then you put it together. You can have a good judgment instead of copy-paste kind of black or white kind of vision. So that's it from me. Yeah.
I so disagree.
Okay, so you said, tell me.
I know this, you were answering Aziz, so excuse me, Aziz. I'll just to counter a little bit. Yeah, obviously what you're saying is 90% correct. But yes, long-term planning, long-term system, whatever. But a good manager, a good coach, a good coaching team, not just one coach, a team. It's not just one man. He is able to, first of all, select the right players from his squad, and you don't need 3 years. Football players, these guys are all of them. They're all on an elite level. They can play football. Let's not lie. You wouldn't spend 100 million or 50 million or whatever it is on a person if he doesn't have the basic skills. They've got the skills. It's all a question about the IQ. They would probably most of them got very high IQ. So it's all about the manager. The manager shouldn't need 3 or 5 or 8 years or it is to install a system or set of play to suit the players that he has at his availability. Not thinking, okay, I am goose hitting. I've always played with 4 at the back, but and I won't change my ways. I come to the squad here, they're not suited to 4 back, they're suited to 5 at back, but I can't change because this is only my style. So you have to find a style which is suited to the kind of players that you have there, and a good manager will sort that thing out. We've seen Jose do that. We've seen Jose do it, or Conte do it. They all sort. It doesn't take them. That's my only argument. Yes, but in general, you have to do a slow look at Liverpool. Liverpool's the current DNA. This wasn't even Klopp who started this. It was actually Brendan Rodgers who set this culture, this attacking style, gigging, pressing.
But the problem is, I don't understand the point you're trying to make here. Because what is Chelsea DNA? Because you said I don't agree with you, but you're talking everything that you are agreeing with me. Actually, everything that you said is everything that I just said. Like, I don't see the difference here.
Because Aziz was saying that there's been players there who've been at Chelsea for 3 years and they actually not improved. They're actually getting worse. And to Aziz's point, what you're trying to say, get rid. If you've been there 3 years, even 2 years, you're flopping. Then you're most likely just not going to make it. So this business.
So you agree with Aziz, right?
Of course, I agree with Aziz.
Okay.
And,
that's why I said, yeah. Yeah, I respect that. I respect that you agree with Aziz, but what I said is you have to apply context behind things. When you said you don't need 3 years or 4 years, I don't know if this is the problem with you young people who play FIFA every single day. You think that everything need to happen in a FIFA, and you comparing something that is not comparable. What is Chelsea DNA? What is our way of play? Every manager change the system, buys his own players. We don't have anything. But
Chelsea, they do have a DNA. Chelsea's DNA, Chelsea's DNA. 3 at the back, counter-attacking style of defending. That is Chelsea's DNA. It's always been that way there. We've tried to change.
Mourinho never played 3 at the back. So if you're going to say that is the DNA, and Sarri never played 3 at the back.
But we've always parked the bus and played the counter-attacking football. That is Chelsea's DNA. And we've tried in recent times because we want a more entertaining football. And this is where it's been going wrong. To change the system, to change the style, to change the mentality. And this is something which for whatever reason, is not working out at Chelsea.
I'm a little confused about your answer, really, because I don't know. It looks like we agree on everything, but I don't understand. I'm even lost.
So you asked about the DNA, Chelsea DNA. I was telling you what Chelsea's DNA is.
Yeah, I mean, depending on what you call DNA, it's just like one season that you won something playing 3 at the back, or you're talking about the DNA in the 80s and 90s or 2000, or you're talking about the recent
since
Kante,
from the time Jose
Abramovich, I think since Jose we never played 3 at the back. I mean, it's just when Antonio Conte came for 2 seasons, we changed to 3 at the back, and then we went with Mauricio Sarri, who went through again to an attacking. That's why I say we don't have a fixed thing where the players understand a certain way of play and continue. Is every manager comes with a different philosophy, and then the players got confused. But I don't know if that is a DNA. But
that is an excellent point you're making there. Because every manager, those managers you just mentioned, and you could also throw in Tuchel there. Everyone has had this. I don't know. They've been pressure from Abramovich. But I don't want this parking the bus kind of football. I want more expensive football. So they've come in and they've tried this more attacking style, but it's not worked out, and they've all somehow gone back to the same old system of counter-attacking. And then the new manager comes in, he tries to change things again. and it just doesn't seem to work. It just seems to be the best style suited for Chelsea, where they've had the most success, is where you wait, you soak up pressure, and then you play counter-attacking football. I think I shouldn't remember, but last year, was it 2 years ago, won the Champions League, same kind of style, back to original DNA Chelsea, and that brings success. But all this other, we're going to play on the front foot and all that business, I don't know. I'm not convinced. We don't have the kind of players for that style of football.
All right, bro. Aziz just disappeared. I think he's babysitting or dog sitting or something.
Mr. Rose.
Yes, sir.
I'm in the salon, so I just that's why I mute you. So I'm listening to what you guys are saying.
Salon.
Yeah, no problem. If you are there, you don't want to talk, it's okay. I understand. I'm still here. I'll be here.
Yeah. That's why I mute you guys.
Take your time, bro. Don't disturb people. Otherwise, they're gonna cut you. They're gonna make you a funny cut.
I'm putting Lukaku on my hair.
All right.
Is he coming back or not? Is he coming back or not, Lukaku?
Yeah, that's what
I think on Monday we might have more news about who's coming, and we're gonna have a lot of speculations about players after the Champions League final. All I want, really, my wish is that Chelsea does business on time, right? I want us to get the deals done on time, but we're gonna have to get the deal done on time because the financial cycle ends June the 30th. So in few weeks now, we have to sell, and if we sell, we're gonna have to buy. So I think it's gonna be very interesting few weeks ahead of us. We have to start getting people on time so they can go on preseason. I am sick and tired of last-minute deals. I hate the last-minute deals. Like, the transfer window. Like, it's already August. The Premier League already started, and you are fighting for one play. I hate this kind of deals. I want to get my business done on time, go on preseason, and then forget about it. I don't know. But
it's a bit like if you want to buy a plane ticket. For me, for example, I want to travel back home to Africa. I can choose to buy a plane ticket 1 year in advance and get it for very, very cheap, or I can choose to buy the plane ticket a day before the departure, or even 12 hours before. You get it dead cheap. But if you buy it like 2 or 3 weeks before departure, it's going to be unbelievably expensive. So Chelsea maybe is waiting for this last moment, 12 hours before deadline. Then we buy. You can buy cheap because clubs are desperate to get rid of players. Maybe that, or maybe you just buy long term.
The difference with booking a ticket is this one is the more you wait, other people also are on the market. You are not alone. So you might end up by just getting the leftovers. So it's completely different than what you're talking about, because those are just seats that sometimes you have high demand of people traveling or less demand. But this is a market that you might miss your plan A, your plan B, and you're going to get leftovers. And sometimes, I'm not saying the leftovers are bad, but sometimes you might get somebody that people don't want, and he's going to perform very good in your team. That is football. But usually, if you are going for a certain quality on the market, you're going to have competition. And if you wait the last minute, the more you wait in football, the more you're going to pay, or the more people are going to get that target done. Because even players with their agent, they are like, wait a minute, we're not going to wait until, let's do something. Look at Messi, what he said. Like, I made a decision to go to Miami because I didn't want to wait for Barcelona to find where the money is going to come from, or they have to cut other people's salaries in order to give me a salary. I want my destiny to be in my own hands and my family. So he made a decision early on. But the more you wait, the more it's complicated. Get the business done.
What? Did you say Brocolona?
Yeah, Barcelona.
They're Brocolona. I don't mind Barcelona. Really, but that's the same team which they mortgaged. I think you say in English, mortgaged their future. So basically, they borrowed money
their future.
to buy all the Chelsea. Remember the last summer, all the players Chelsea was interested in, Barcelona went and stole them. But they got money by mortgaging. Okay, in 2 years' time, we expect to make X amount of money on TV revenue, X amount of money in sales, or this or the other. So, bank, can you borrow me some money? And this is how they got money to buy Rafinha and who's the other one? That guy, the defender from what's his name? There's a defender you wanted, the French guy. What's his name?
What? I'm a little bit distracted because I have to check on some update. So what? Can you remind me? Can you restart?
They stole because Barcelona stole Rafinha from
Koundé,
Chelsea
and
Jules Koundé. So Barcelona basically they borrowed money from somewhere. They didn't have money to buy him, but because Chelsea wanted them, and they got them. And this is again with all borrowed money. They don't have any money. So where the earth would they find money to get Messi? It didn't make any sense to me. So Messi said, you know what?
They wanted to sacrifice everybody, and they even were asking for players to cut their salary again on top of 1,000 cut that they already made over the last year. They want people to feel sorry. Oh, feel sorry for us again. Can you give 1% again so we can give it to Messi? I mean, it was a very embarrassing situation, even for Messi himself. Like, you know, and this is the problem, right? People will say, Mason Mount, if he loves the club, he should have signed basically for free. Well, let me finish. And then if you look at Messi, who grew up basically at Barcelona, demanding money, leaving Barcelona because they couldn't afford to pay him, and now moving to America, people say, oh, he left like millions and millions to Saudi. But in the US, he's not getting peanut. He's going to get even more money here. Amazon are going to give him a percentage of all the documentary and everything he's going to get. The shirt sale, he's going to get 1% from Adidas. All the company want to give him money. So he might end up by getting even more money than what he was going to get in Saudi. And people don't get that.
That's true. That's true.
Just because you love the club and you say, I'm a Mr. Chelsea, you have to accept the freaking money like less than Malang Sarr. Freaking hell. Malang Sarr came from whatever, free agent from Nice. Sarr and Marina gave her probably 150K a week. And Mason Mount is getting freaking half of that money for 5 years. And he has no right to even negotiate for his own contract because, you have to show love. That is, I don't understand why people are coming from with those theories and narrative, make it look like they are perfect and they love Chelsea, and if you love Chelsea, you have to show some, you have to take peanut compared to freaking Malang Sarr and Kukurea. Come on, people, just let be a human being here. It just shows you how people hate Mason Mount at any cost, get rid of him. So everything like that is gonna just open the door for people to hate him and brand him as, money grabbing. He doesn't love the club. He's about money and whatever. When freaking Malang Sarr is getting money for not doing anything, and you don't want me to negotiate my contract, come on.
Did you see? You're talking about Messi. Did you see the ticket prices for Inter Miami's games? They normally cost $24. They've gone from 24 to 400, and how much? 60.
That's the problem. So that also people will say if he loves Barcelona, he was going to go back and say goodbye to La Liga and play basically for free. Freaking hell! I am producing money here. I am bringing tourists in this country. The economy of this country is going up. I am selling shirt. So you give me a portion of that for what I'm doing. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what people need to understand. Like people like Mount and people will make all kind of theories, but don't tell me like somebody like Raheem Sterling deserves 350K a week and I deserve 75 freaking K a week. That is not fair at all. Even if I love the club or I love the company or whatever you say, my brother, everybody is going to fight for his own family and future. Let's stop being jealous and hate Mason Mount for no reason.
So I'll ask you the same question. So if you have a workplace where two colleagues work, you and another colleague, but this work is a female colleague, and you do exactly the same work. So why is it the female gets paid less and the guy gets paid more?
Yeah, that also I don't agree with that, because my entire life I've been discriminated against. That is the wrong question for me, because I think that everybody deserves to be in the same level, regardless of your color, regardless of your your gender.
Sex.
If you walk in the same place, and you deserve the same money, in my opinion. And you will see even in our companies or whatever, you go there, the black guy is getting the less one because somebody else supposed to. You know what I mean? So if we get to that, I'm the wrong person here to discriminate people. I think everybody deserves to get what they depend on.
This is what the reason why I used that was to explain your Mason Mount theory. So if Raheem Sterling is getting 300 a week, and Mason Mount is doing exactly the same work, why should he be paid only 70 and Sterling is paying 300? And this is exactly.
Istanbul, Turkey. So sorry, I lost my audio for 10 seconds. I apologize for that. It's telling me on my screen here. Now people can hear me. Okay, the game just started. 10 seconds in my location, people. And I don't know what I'm gonna do, but probably I have to do voiceover so people can listen and come back at halftime. All right.
So what do you guys think the score is gonna be by first half?
First half is gonna be 0-0.
Yeah, that's true. It might be cagey because it's a final. You can't predict the final. But one thing I'm gonna say is, in the first 15 minutes, Man City is gonna pressure you.
I don't care. It reminds me of Bayern Munich against Chelsea Football Club. And it's hard to call, bro. This is a final. Anything can happen. A red card, something very early in the game, and then you find yourself 1-0 down, and then they close the shop and frustrate you, and then the game is over. So this game is not gonna be as easy as people think it's gonna be.
True. But one other thing is that, do Man City have the mentality to win the Champions League? You can be in the final, but there's a mentality, like a psyche block that is going to hold you down from achieving this goal. Can they do it?
Yeah, we're gonna have an answer after 90 minutes today, my brother.
All I'm praying for is we have a Demba Ba moment here, and that football will be saved, be rescued.
Oh, you want the Gerard and Demba Ba, bam, 1-0, close the shop, and that's it.
Man City, we'll never hear the end of it. Man City will be glory, French Farmers League, England, whatever. We just need Chelsea. At least we could say, hey, we won the Champions League 2 times. What, have you won it? No. We won the league. We don't care. Did you win the Champions League? So we have this bantering advantage we have. So like Spurs never won it, Arsenal never won it. So we can always Chelsea there. We won it twice. So it's just one thing we can keep. Yes, Man City.
One more question. One more thing.
Yes,
sorry.
Sir. Go.
You were saying that was Chelsea's identity.
DNA. Yes.
Chelsea's DNA is a defensive style of football and go on a counter attack. Mourinho built us on that kind of DNA. And you want to know the main reason why Chelsea have been messing up even every time we play an attacking football? Because one, we don't have the personnel to play that style of football. That's why you see most times we are playing a 3-4-3, because we don't have the personnel to play a 4-3-3 or a 4-2-3-1. You see where I'm coming from? That was why I was angry with Lampard. Lampard, come on. We don't have the players to play 4-3-3 right now. Go back to a 3-4-3. When we attack him, we'll attack as a 4-4-2. You understand? Make it compact. Don't make us. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yes,
don't
but
make
you
us so
also
easily
understand. You have to understand that we are trying to change also identity from there. Lampard didn't have anything to because he knew he was going. He came for 10 games, and he did awful, and he didn't have to create anything or do anything. What based on the players that we have, they are attacking players. They can't play that kind of sit back and counter.
Okay. If you're going to play that kind of attacking style of player, you need a holding midfielder like a Declan Rice. I'm giving you this thing. You need an holding midfielder like a Declan Rice that can withstand pressure, that can control the ball in the midfield. Okay, when we're under pressure, how do we control the ball? Anytime Man City is under pressure, this is where you see the work of Rodri. He holds the midfield. He glues the midfield together. We don't have that kind of player. Kante is Kante, but you need another defensive kind of midfielder that can hold the ball in the midfield. You see where I'm coming? Kovacic can't do that. Kovacic is just a dribbler. Jorginho, in a way, but he's gone. But this is what I'm saying. We need a kind of player that can hold the midfield physically, able to command the midfield, and still be able to pass the ball. Beat the team when the team is on pressure. That's when Matic left, when Mikel left. I knew Chelsea were going to be in trouble because we've not replaced that midfield.
Yes,
There's
and we don't have to worry anymore about it because we are working on getting a proper DM to sit there. N'Golo Kante is gone. Good luck to him. We might get Moises Caicedo or somebody else or Lavia or anybody. So we know our deficiency. We are working on it, and next season is going to be different. But
if I'm Pochettino, I'll go out and get Declan Rice.
But it doesn't look like it's going to happen. It doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Okay, it's not going to happen. Okay, go get Lavia. Lavia is cheap, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
From Southampton.
There's competition with Lavia, I think.
Yeah, so it is what it is. Listen, people, I am going to be at the back room because I have people over that we're going to watch. But I will be back at halftime and at the end of the game. I'm going to leave everything on the screen. Just enjoy your moment. And Mr. People's Republic and Aziz, if you have time after the game or at halftime, you can come back and join us so we can discuss the first half. Let's watch the game quietly and see what's going to happen. It is what it is, my people, and enjoy the game. You're going to have all the comment and all the good stuff. I'll be back in less than 35 minutes from now, okay? Halftime show. So you can call us again at halftime. Thank you so much. You guys, absolutely legend.
They perhaps come to the assumption that at some stage City will score, so that they're trying to harry and hassle them. But of course, City are good enough to play around you and through you, and then there is lots of space. It's really fascinating watching how both teams have set up early, or in particular how Inter have. We kind of knew how City would.
And absorbing these first 7 minutes in that respect. We knew that Manchester City would have plenty of the ball. That has certainly been the case. They're on it again inside the centre circle with Ruben Diaz, who's played more minutes for them in this competition than any other player this season. Now John Stones, who often has that role alongside him in defence, slightly different position for Stones today. Diaz again, Nathan Aki now taking over. He's in a pocket of space just inside his own half, but he has time just to slow it down, to assess the options in front of him. Lautaro Martinez is leading the press. Manchester City play it forward towards Ilkay Gundogan. It's taken off him though by Marcelo Brozovic in to win the ball back on the edge of their own penalty area. They do create a little bit of space here for themselves. Looking for options in midfield was Barella. Linking down that right-hand side initially, then it was Watchalong. A little too long as it turned out. Edin Dzeko acknowledges the intention. But we've seen already, Chris, in the last few minutes, the importance of the role that Brozovic will have in midfield tonight.
I was going to say, Brozovic doing Brozovic things as he tracked back and nicked the ball off Ilkay Gundogan. And, you know, if Henrik Mkhitaryan was fit, it was Hakan Çalhanoğlu who had been playing that deeper lying midfield role, but Brozovic back in, and, you know, it's a guy who's played in the World Cup final and has, for a generation, allowed Luka Modric to pull the strings in international football, and Ivan Rakitic and co. So it's the perfect guy for that role. That midfield battle is really, really interesting because, you know, I would argue that Rodri has arguably been the player of the season in this season's Champions League, but Brozovic and Barella are going to try and do that role for Inter to stop Gundogan and De Bruyne. The problem is you can do it 99 times, but City only need one.
So many sides have found out to their cost. Well, something of a surprise that Brozovic was on the outside looking in more latterly in this competition until that injury that Mkhitaryan suffered in the second leg of the semi-final against Milan. He hasn't played since then. He has been back in training. He's on the bench tonight. Brozovic got the winner actually against Torino at the weekend in their last league game of the season. Serie A only concluding a week ago, and they will get a free kick of their own on the halfway here as they look to get DiMarco into the game. That battle between he and Bernardo Silva is another important one, and DiMarco was just caught by the outstretched right boot of Bernardo.
And that is what they're playing for. They pressed in there and they won the ball. It's a little naughty from Bernardo Silva because DiMarco might have been scampering forward, but that's why they're trying to unsettle City. And if we haven't seen it yet after 9.5 minutes, but DiMarco has been so good in this competition this season, as well as domestically, of course. But if he gets the ball in the final third, he tends to find either Lautaro Martinez or Edin Dzeko or whoever is in the box for Inter.
So the 2 games against Barcelona in the group stage has transformed his career as Inter advance here with Çalhanoğlu. This is DiMarco. Time to size up the cross, delivers it into the danger area. Left-footed, it's headed away by Ruben Diaz. And now Manchester City could potentially counter if Gundogan can get that out from under his feet quickly enough. It was a difficult task for him to do that. They will have to settle for the throw on the far side. But that's the first real threat of note from Inter 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, no surprise from a City perspective. It was Ruben Diaz who won that big header, but it's those moments. One cross, Dzeko in the air has been one of the best in the last 10-15 years, let's be honest. Lautaro Martinez as well. It was a very dangerous moment that for Inter, and they are patiently trying to create that moment. We know that Kyle Walker's not playing, and therefore it's a Kanji, and it's the only area of the pitch where you think it might be a slight mismatch in terms of Inter being on top. Very strange clearance there from Ederson. Maybe they have been slightly unsettled by this Inter start.
By a huge roar from the Inter fans, that one. Ederson putting the ball straight out of play. Left-footed clearance was sliced out for this throw, almost level with the edge of their own penalty area. Dental Dumfries is waiting to take it. Edin Dzeko is an obvious target in the middle. Facing his former club for the first time tonight. Dumfries, the Dutchman, gets really decent height and distance on that throw. It's cleared out to the edge of the penalty area, and Matteo Darmian, who hoists it high. Ederson was perhaps waiting for the ball to go out of play. It didn't, as he was challenged for it by Lautaro Martinez. And John Stones, the two of them, but there was another nervous moment for Ederson at Manchester City.
I'm not sure Pep Guardiola will like that. It was an awful shot from Matteo Darmian, but City players all stopped and thought it was going to go out of play. Lautaro Martinez didn't, and got himself behind the line, behind the goal line, to then head it before it had gone out of play, and that could have been a really horrible moment. And I wonder whether Guardiola might just be talking to his back four. He is such a perfectionist that you can't assume things in a Champions League final. You know, and I think they did there, and that could have been a very, very bad moment for them.
Far from straightforward for Manchester City in the opening dozen minutes of the match. Still 0-0 in the UEFA Champions League final. Here's Nathan Ake on the halfway line for them, into the feet of John Stones. Rodri coming under pressure from Barella. Stones going down from the initial move. He will get the free kick. It was Lautaro Martinez and Hakan Çalhanoğlu, a combination of the two really that caught him. So those in the lighter shade of blue back on the ball. Again reverting to their own half to maintain possession. Here is Nathan Ake, an unused substitute in the final 2 years ago. Maybe the one surprise started today. Jack Grealish falls back again into his own territory. Denzel Dumfries with him. Grealish was able to maintain possession for his side before he gets back to his feet. Bernardo Silva plays it forward. Little flick on by Gundogan, who was looking for Erling Haaland. Cut out by Bastoni at the back for Inter. Lautaro Martinez into the run of Demarco. It was a well-weighted ball. Holds up for Federico Di Marzio to get the cross in. Deep one misses out. Dzeko in the middle. Barella will try and return it. Nathan Ake is in the way, and it cannons away off the Dutch international defender for an Inter corner here.
Feel the belief growing, and come back to a quote in La Gazzetta dello Sport from Arrigo Sacchi, who won this competition twice with Milan. He said, an aggressive Inter can scare Manchester City. And that's exactly what it's been in this opening 15 minutes. All over the pitch, every time a City player gets the ball, there's an Inter player slightly shoving them, going into a challenge with them, trying to upset them within the laws of the game, and then having the quality on the ball. And if they can keep this up, then right now you can see them scoring the first goal of the final.
Good spell for them, isn't it? And a promising opportunity from the set piece here. Demarco and Çalhanoğlu both standing either side of it. Demarco to the right of the ball is the one that takes it and does so short into the path of Barella, who will whip it in right-footed towards the middle. Packed penalty area though, and Manchester City are able to clear it away. And Inter will be forced all the way back actually to Andre Onana midway inside his own half of the field to pick up possession. And they'll build from the back this time.
Love that phrase, all the way back, when it's Andre Onana, and then you think, oh, he's basically popped up on
he's in midfield.
Halfway. I mean, one of the best. You think of him and Ederson. I mean, you think they probably could start in central midfield, actually. They're such gifted footballers as well as goalkeepers.
Much longer towards Lautaro Martinez here. Andre Onana, who, of course, grew up in the Barcelona academy when Pep Guardiola was the first-team coach. The break here for Lautaro Martinez. It did so favourably for him. Then goes down hoping for a free kick, which wasn't forthcoming. Manchester City able to clear the danger and now maybe break themselves. This is Bernardo Silva taking over. Inter have now had time to get players back in position behind the ball again as City go crossfield from right to left. Jack Grealish brings it under control. Challenge comes in quickly. Still knock it away from him. It's frantic stuff in this opening quarter of an hour, as it was always likely to be, I guess.
You just wonder how long they can keep this intensity up. They've been all over this giant pitch at the Ataturk Olympic Stadium. Every time a City player gets it, there is at least one Nerazzurri shirt right next to him. It's quite suffocating, this from Inter at the moment. And you heard the applause there. That's Simone Inzaghi who is applauding his team, and Pep Guardiola is now trying to... You know, we're so used to seeing City in the opening 20-25 minutes. We always talk about, will they blow their opposition away? Actually, at the moment, they're kind of on the back foot.
Denzel Dumfries waiting to take this throw. 0-0 in the Champions League final. UEFA Champions League Matchday Live. UEFA.com and the Champions League app. Live across North America as well on Sirius XM FC. 16 minutes in, and it hasn't started in the fashion that many might have predicted. And for that, Inter take great credit. Simone Inzaghi will take great heart. Pep Guardiola made the point, didn't he, before the game, that when it's 0-0, Manchester City can't afford to think they're losing, because when it's 0-0, Inter will feel they're winning. But the way that they've approached it, the positive way that the Nerazzurri have approached it early on, suggests that they would not settle for that in these early stages. They want a lead to try and protect here. They're battling forward on this near side with Brozovic, their right-hand side. Goes out for the throw. Grealish thought about taking it quickly. It looks like he will leave it here.
I think we're also seeing, though, why this is such a special City team, because for all of the brilliance, they also have that. They have that brawn as well. They have Haaland at one end. They have Diaz and Rodri. They are physically very formidable, and they are able to stand up to this type of opposition at the moment. We haven't seen Ederson have a save to make, and it's for the rest of the teams in the Champions League and in England, it must be quite a frightening prospect, knowing that they have a bit of everything. That yes, they're technically fabulous, but also they have all of the other qualities that that top more kind of battling teams have as well.
And another commodity that they will need, and Pep made this point in the pre-match press conference yesterday, is patience. They won't be too concerned by how this has started as they struggle to assert their authority. There's another decision here for Simon Marciniak, the referee, to make on halfway, because the challenges are coming thick and fast. And again, that will be a surprise to nobody in a match of this magnitude between two teams meeting each other for the first time in competitive football. It's the first time that's happened in a UEFA Champions League final since the last one in Istanbul in 2005 between AC Milan and Liverpool. And here is Jack Grealish on the charge for Manchester City. He's forced towards the corner flag by the presence of Acerbi. And a bit of a wrestling match really going on between the two of them. As Acerbi tries to hold off Grealish and then backheels the ball out of play. Acerbi in his first season after leaving Lazio certainly won over the Inter fans and has become a regular. The age of 35 in the second half of the season, a decade after winning his battle with cancer. It's quite some story if tonight he becomes a Champions League winner in this stage of his career. After everything that he has endured, it will certainly help with his sense of perspective, I guess. There is Grealish again battling for the ball. Barella just got a foot in there, nicked it away from him. One back by Rodri for Manchester City. Nathan Ake heads it down. Çalhanoğlu up against Gundogan, and the loose ball might break for Lautaro Martinez, and does. He tried to square it to his left-hand side for Edin Dzeko, who wasn't quite able to take it in his stride. As a result of that, the ball's just a little bit behind where he would have wanted it. And Bernardo Silva able to nick it away.
Right on the edge, though, into Barella there. He did nick into a challenge, but he swung his boot at it. He won the ball, had he not. Here goes DiMarco, and Inter are having a great spell.
DiMarco winning the ball well, taking it in his stride, and now taking on the back-pedalling Manuel Akanji. Goes infield towards Brozovic. He'll take the shot on when it came back to him very quickly. Off Lautaro Martinez. He did have other options as well to his right. The shot in the end flashed just over the top of the crossbar, and Inter couldn't quite capitalise on a very promising position.
Yeah, Lautaro Martinez and Nicolo Barella have just had a word with their captain, because they were one pass away from being in, I think. Brozovic hadn't have shot. They'd engineered the moment beautifully. Barella was open, and then City would have been in real trouble, but Brozovic isn't known for scoring too many into the top corner from the edge of the box. That was a really, really good moment for Inter that they couldn't make the most of.
20 minutes in the Champions League final on Match Day Live. Remains 0-0 at the Ataturk Olympic Stadium in Istanbul. This wonderful, vibrant venue for the final. They've waited patiently to host it, literally intending to do so in both 2020 and 2021 before the pandemic intervened. They certainly relished the occasion in the build-up, and again tonight, this Turkish city, this wonderful stadium, bringing back memories of that famous final of 2005. Here is Andre Onana, who comes to gather on the edge of his penalty area. Hasn't missed a minute of Inter's run to the final, a run which began, of course, with defeat against Bayern on match day 1. They lost home and away to the German side at either end of the group stage, but there's 4 points they took against Barcelona, the 10 points that they took in the group stage in between, the remarkable run that they've had in the knockout stages, conceding in only one of these 6 games since, has propelled them to this final. Inzaghi's spoken of the belief of his team, and they are backing that up with the way that they are playing. Hakan Çalhanoğlu trying to wriggle clear in a congested midfield. Challenge comes in from Barella as well. Çalhanoğlu was quickly back to his feet, looking to pick up the pieces. There's no time on the ball for anybody for Manchester City. They have the capabilities, of course, to deal with that. They're well used to having to try and deal with that, but it is being made extremely uncomfortable for them as we approach the midway point now of this first half.
Can't remember a team this season playing as well against City though as Inter have in these opening exchanges. De Bruyne a couple of minutes ago was very frustrated when he clipped the ball forward, and neither Haaland or Grealish were on his same wavelength, but that was all born out of there being no space, because Inter are they're everywhere at the moment. It must have been a serious physical effort so far from the Nerazzurri though.
Sustaining that is going to be a challenge, isn't it, throughout the course of the contest. Now a bit more promising here for Manchester City. Space on the right, the cross is in just behind Gundogan. It will come for Jack Grealish though. Tries to find Nathan Ake, who's battling for the bouncing ball on the edge of the penalty area. Claim for a handball, I think, from him in there as well. Waved away by referee Marciniak. Barella then coming under pressure from Jack Grealish, and a little earlier in the move, DiMarco went down. He has stayed down, which is why we now have this little stoppage in play.
Nicola Barella there. The ball broke to him, and Simone Inzaghi was about a metre away, so he kicked the ball out, and he decided to pirouette around and eventually did win the throw. But had he not, had he lost possession, I'm not sure his coach would have been too happy with the Italian international. Yeah, he was caught, DeMarco. It was a coming together, really. You can see why he has gone down, but you know, it's been a very, very fine start. Inzaghi spoke in the build-up. Yes, we have a tactical plan. I think you can see it. And so far, this all-conquering Manchester City team, and we are only 23 minutes in, they haven't really been able to wrestle back the initiative or the momentum.
Now the Champions League top scorers this season, Manchester City with 31 goals. They've been kept at arm's length for the most part by Inter so far. Much made, of course, of Inter's excellent defensive record, the clean sheets that they've been keeping. They've actually conceded twice as many goals as Manchester City in this competition, though. Manchester City not only the top scorers, but they've only let in 5. They have the best defensive record as well to this point. It has been a wonderful season, but one final hurdle for them to try and overcome here. And thus far, it is proving a difficult one to negotiate. Inter trying the longer ball this time. It sails straight through for Ederson, though. So those in the light blue back on the board again, with Nathan Ake just slowing it down to a walking pace. Ruben Diaz to his right. There's Haverkamji to his right-hand side. To back three, very well set. Jack Grealish coming deeper. Huge occasion for him in his second season with Manchester City as Ake goes back to Ederson. He sat on the subs bench for the FA Cup final at Wembley last weekend. Stefan Ortega was also deputising fairly regularly in the final weeks of the Premier League season and impressing. Guardiola always made it clear Ederson would return tonight. He's had a couple of nervy moments without being extended too significantly so far. 24.5 minutes in. Manchester City free kick here just inside the Inter half of the field. This is Kevin De Bruyne, who's not yet quite had the influence on the game that he would have been hoping for. He combines with his captain, Ilkay Gundogan. Ake back to Diaz inside the centre circle. Inter well set just inside their own half, but very quick to close down the player in possession.
How many touches has Erling Haaland had, Phil? I mean, he only needs one to score. I mean, he had the one when he was offside and one header, but I genuinely can't think of too many more. Here he is.
There's a touch from him as he stretches acrobatically to turn that in towards the path of Kevin De Bruyne, who couldn't quite collect it. Presence of Brozovic was important in ensuring that, and he clears it away. Doesn't get out of his own half with it, but it will break here for Barella, who in turn was closed down by Ruben Diaz. Ake keeps it in play. Tight to the touchline on the near side, and well, it was a little risky. The clearance from Ederson fell at the feet of Barella. He took it on first time. He was well aware that the goalkeeper was a long way off his line towards actually the edge of his own penalty area. He tried to catch him out, but he didn't strike it with the requisite accuracy. But it was a ball from Ederson intended for one of his own defenders that actually fell at the feet of the Inter midfielder.
Pep Guardiola there just saying relax. He said it 3 times, quite frustratingly to all of his players. Ederson and Ruben Diaz. And you can understand why. They've definitely been unsettled by the way Inter have started this final.
There's Bernardo Silva for Manchester City. Still 0-0, 26 minutes in on Matchday Live. Listening on UEFA.com or the Champions League app in North America on Sirius XM FC. Jack Grealish for Manchester City. Keeps it in play just in from the touchline. Goes back to Diaz again. Well, Guardiola insisted that his players would treat this match like any other in terms of the way that they would prepare for it. He thinks that all the noise around the big occasions doesn't help, and that he would get them to focus only on the game plan, on the task in hand on the field, and try and shut out everything else. But I guess with so much at stake, that is easier said than done. But here they come. Ball slipped through. Erling Haaland is in. Andre Onana is in the way and positioned importantly on his goal line to make the save. Not yet, though, dealt with the danger having into. Here's Grealish back in field to Rodri. Switches back onto his left foot. Finds Jack Grealish again on the edge of the penalty area. Grealish clicks in the cross. It's Denzel Dumfries that heads it away, but it could come back again yet. Met by Manuel Akanji for Manchester City. Bernardo Silva taking on DeMarco. He's into the penalty area here. Little flick for De Bruyne, who's just overhit the cross, and it loops up over the bar and behind. But Haaland, you mentioned him a moment ago, Chris, hasn't really been in it yet. He was in here all right.
He was. Good save straight at Onana, but It travelled so quick. It was a better save than I thought. Down to his left-hand side, quickly. Got a forearm on it. Your eyes struggled to keep up with the pace of that City move. And that's the first time they've been able to really click. And Haaland, more than 50 goals this season. It's just the opportunity that he was craving, and you could hear the Inter fans fall silent because it was their worst nightmare seeing Haaland bear down on Onana's goal. Good save.
The blur of light blue as the footballing force that Manchester City are begin to assert themselves, but now they could be left a little open at the other end. It's a really strong, important challenge, though, to win the ball back for Manchester City. They drive forward here. Diaz did well, turning defence into attack, finding De Bruyne on the right foot, gets the shot away. Bit of whip behind it through a crowd of players, which might have made it more difficult for Onana than it ultimately turned out to be, because he was right behind it as it just brushed off teammate Çalhanoğlu. That took actually some of the sting out of the shot, I think, and Onana was able to gather it up gratefully into his gloves.
All came from a really promising Inter moment.
Here come Manchester City again into losing possession this time. Gundogan to Grealish, tried to square it across the penalty area, but it was a little too close to Onana, who again is just able to step in to coolly claim possession for his team and to find Barella down their right-hand side. He just slows it down there. Were options ahead of him momentarily, but prioritises possession, then plays it into the feet of Edin Dzeko, who found himself a little outnumbered, and he will get the free kick.
It's frantic. It's quite tired watching it, the pace of the game. Just to try and paint the picture, Onana there, not especially quickly, rolled the ball out, and it was 3-on-3 as Inter were breaking forward from a Manchester City attack. I mean, it's both teams, I think, have set up really bravely, particularly Inter, actually. But Kevin De Bruyne here does not look particularly good.
There is concern, isn't there?
Yeah, he I don't think it's an injury, if you like, but it's almost like he doesn't look. Well, now he's perhaps holding his right leg, and well, this would be a major blow if he's shaking his head down there. The physios are on, they're stretching out that almost right hamstring area. And you go back 2 years ago when he was injured in the Champions League final and City went on to be beaten by Chelsea. Phil Foden's out warming up, and from a footballing point of view, this would be a really sad sight if Kevin De Bruyne can't carry on.
Well, he's back on his feet here, but there is a very glum expression on the face of the Belgian. He will do everything, of course, to continue. Foden is the one seemingly sent to warm up. The Manchester City side, who do have the likes of Riyad Mahrez and Julian Alvarez amongst their substitutes as well, but even given the world-class quality of those players, it wouldn't necessarily soften the blow if Kevin De Bruyne is unable to continue beyond the half-hour mark in the final. He will certainly attempt to do so. He's going to give this a go, but it's one to keep a very close eye on.
Definitely. Pep Guardiola's having a chat, because what you don't want if you're Guardiola, you don't want to send on someone who isn't 100% when you have the plethora of quality, and he's just turned around. And well, the next few minutes are going to be pretty crucial to see if De Bruyne, I think, can carry on in this season's Champions League final. And you know, I don't know whether it was linked, but the noise from the Inter end when they saw De Bruyne go down only raised, and you know, it's understandable. That would only enhance the belief that this can be their night if you see one of the best players in the opposition team have to be forced off.
Back on the pitch, play back underway, attempting to run off that injury, but we shall see. Loose touch from Brozovic. De Bruyne back on the ball. He was trying to find Jack Grealish. He was just a little off balance. His body was going one way as the ball went the other from Kevin De Bruyne. Couldn't quite link as intended. Close again. So many small margins, but both sides have given the ball away from their own penalty area at times in this opening half an hour or so. And I think it's the way that the other team is attacking that has led to those sort of moments that we've seen. Brozovic again was looking for Çalhanoğlu here, who collides with Haaland. The ball will break for Akanji. Couldn't quite squeeze the pass through. He's quickly back to his feet, but beaten to the ball by Federico Di Marco. Brozovic takes over, tries to slip it down the line, looking for the run of Di Marco. He's asking just a little bit too much for him. But Phil Foden looks like he is ready to come on if required. His tracksuit top is off, and Foden may well be being prepared for action.
think at the moment he's down there as a precaution, hoping that he doesn't have to bring him on. I would add to your comment about both teams giving it away at the back, which they haven't. I think the only thing that both coaches would be upset with as well might be when they've had the moment to slice through the opposition, when it's been a 3-on-3 or a 2-on-2 situation. They haven't quite got it right. Yes, City have come close twice, that Bernardo Silva shot and that Erling Haaland effort, but they've had more moments where they might have thought that would lead to a major chance at the end of it.
Haven't quite been able to capitalise yet, have they? 33 minutes into the final now, 0-0 in Istanbul. Here is İlkay Gündoğan to Nathan Ake in possession now, just taking the short ball from the Spaniard Rodri and finding Ruben Diaz round about the centre spot. Little slip from him under pressure from Dzeko, but he was just able to recover his composure quickly enough to find Manuel Akanji, and it's guarded back by Akanji to his goalkeeper Ederson. Diaz will pick up possession once again with a little bit of time this time to assess his options. Manchester City look to try and flex their muscles in this final, try and maintain the momentum that they've been on, but of course equally that applies to Inter as well, winning 11 of their last 12 games in all competitions coming into the final, securing silverware themselves in the Coppa Italia against Fiorentina 10 days or so ago. Fiorentina and Roma losing UEFA finals already this season when representing Italy. Inter hoping to buck the trend. Here's Bernardo Silva though for Manchester City. Plays it forward towards John Stones, well advanced down that right-hand side. Bernardo Silva again has it, squaring up to DeMarco on the corner of the penalty area. Infield to Kevin De Bruyne. Stones again, just rolls it back down the line for Akanji. Inter keeping their discipline in terms of the way that they're holding position, keeping players back behind the ball as Gundogan looks to trick a way through. Does have support from De Bruyne, whose cross was deflected off at DeMarco. Although the ball came back into play, I think it had gone out of play initially. And they may well get the decision here. With just over 10 minutes of this first half to play now.
Just gestured over to the bench, and he's done. Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne's Champions League final is over with 10 minutes of the first half to go. How big might that moment be in a couple of hours' time?
More heartbreak for him in the final after that awful injury, that facial injury that he suffered 2 years ago. This time he is being ushered away from the field with 10 minutes of the first half still to play. Crestfallen look on his face, mirrored by the thousands of Manchester City supporters in the stands, and I'm sure all of those listening around the world as well. Kevin De Bruyne, one of the City's standouts in their era of domestic dominance, and a superstar in this competition as well, who's been so desperate to win it for the first time, will not be able to play any further part if his teammates can do so today. The player with more assists in this competition than any other this season. So important to the number of goals that Erling Haaland has scored this season. He has to make way. The substitution happens here. Phil Foden is on into the final much earlier than he would have anticipated. A player who started the final a couple of years ago, who surprisingly really has been somewhat on the fringes of late for Manchester City, has the opportunity now to step into centre stage.
Horrible to see De Bruyne leave Champions League final, particularly after what happened 2 years ago. And you only had to look, City fans covering their face, some of them, as he walked off. Erling Haaland, you know, gave him a pat on the back, but then ruefully looked to the floor as well. And yes, they have Phil Foden. He's a fantastic footballer. He's a City boy, but it's not Kevin De Bruyne. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. Almost lost the ball again, City. This press from Inter has been ferocious.
And it continues. DeMarco applying the pressure this time to John Stones, who has to ride the challenge and just guide it back to Ederson again. He will clear it left-footed, coming under pressure from Lautaro Martinez. Jack Grealish going up, challenging for the aerial ball against Denzel Dumfries. He just holds him off. Dumfries got to the ball first, then goes down, hoping for the free kick, and doing just enough to get the free kick there from Simon Marciniak. And Inter will have the chance to clear their lines. In fact, they've gone back to the edge of their own penalty. been forced to retreat, have entered to the halfway line to maintain possession. But they do still have it, and they have a little bit of space for Hakan Çalhanoğlu on the left-hand side of the field. And he will ping it forward, right field, cross-field ball, into the path of Barella, who brought it down beautifully on the chest. Nathan Ake is with him, gets the initial block in, back to Barella again. Touch for Darmian in there, and now Brozovic. Darmian once more, getting a bit more involved higher up the pitch. Formerly of Manchester United, of course, playing an important role against Manchester City, who bid to emulate Manchester United as the only other English club to win a League Cup and European Cup treble. Back it goes from Brozovic to Andre Onana for Inter, who did the treble themselves when they last won this competition back in 2010 under Jose Mourinho at the Bernabeu. And they're enjoying a little prolonged period of possession, the Nerazzurri inside their own half here.
All came from that opportunity for Denzel Dumfries 2 minutes ago. They've kept the ball since then. They've been brave on it as well. Brozovic is making all sorts of angles in that pivot role. Andre Onana is basically playing like another centre-back at the moment on the ball. It's a really tense, tight Champions League final. Eventually the period of possession comes to an end because City press Inter and Onana puts it out of play.
So only failing to score in one of their last 17 games coming into this. They have found a threat of their own in this first half, but they've got a bit of defending to do here. We're into the last 6 minutes now of the half. Out of play by Cherby on that far side, the Manchester City right, and referee Marciniak just wants a word with Francesco Cherby here. No more than that. Kept his card in his pocket so far.
He was claiming he was nudged by Haaland, so it should have been a free kick, but the referee has let the game go tonight, and every little niggle he hasn't given, and he was never going to give that to Cherby.
There's Brozovic on the ball, but not for long as he battled for it against Rodri. Ruben Diaz pressurised by Edin Dzeko, but he was able to play it forward. Phil Foden involved really for the first time, did well to hang on to it and get it back from Bernardo Silva. Foden on the corner of the penalty area, just out-muscled a little bit really. Lost possession there, and Çalhanoğlu slides into the challenge to try and win it back for Inter on the halfway line. Clearance will be met and brought down by Francesco Cherby. Didn't have a lot of time on the ball as he was closed down by Foden and possibly caught by Phil Foden. He's gone down clutching his ankle as Francesco Cherby.
Yeah, I think it's all part of the Inter game plan, if you like, tonight. There was a bit of contact, but Cherby was very quick to take it. Just slow down, try and make City play at their pace. So far, it's been tremendously successful. I know City have had a couple of very good chances, but there haven't been many games this season where they've been as unsettled as I think Inter have made them in this opening 41 minutes.
How often is it the case that the last one is always the hardest one? And it's certainly proving that way in this first half, which is into its final 5 minutes now on UEFA Champions League Matchday Live. Still 0-0 at the Ataturk. Ball loose in midfield. Might break for Lautaro Martinez. It would have done, I think, but for the presence of Ruben Diaz, who just stepped across to win it well. And Stones is able to bring it forward now for Manchester City. Reaches the halfway line with it. Trying to have the same sort of influence that we saw at Wembley last week. He's found Phil Foden this time. He skips into a little bit of space. Spreads it wide left for Jack Grealish. He takes on Denzel Dumfries infield into the feet of Foden once more. Now Rodri takes a couple of touches. Not tempted into the shot this time. He does have previous in this competition, Rodri, this season with that brilliant goal that he got against Bayern. He's back on the ball here and now spreads it wide to the right-hand side for Bernardo Silva. Brings it down under control neatly. Federico Di Marco is with him. Bastoni tries to close down the angle as well. Akanji goes infield to Rodri once more, and now Nathan Ake, the Manchester City defenders, getting involved higher up the pitch in terms of possession than we've seen at any stage really of this first half, or any prolonged period anyway. Nathan Ake again will get it back infield from Jack Grealish. Just switching it infield, Ruben Diaz. Everybody so comfortable in possession, and they need to be right now for Manchester City. They are all involved in this patient little period of probing possession. They try and create the pressure that might force the opening. Here is İlkay Gundogan just stepping outside of the centre circle. Rodri to his right, to his left is Nathan Ake, into with pretty much everybody back behind the ball in the final third of the field. When they have to defend deep like this, they are so adept at doing so. Grealish trying to take on Dumfries, who stood his ground, and that ends in frustration for Jack Grealish, and a verbal volley from him follows as a result of that.
Very good though, wasn't it, from Grealish, and he has won his team a free kick, and this is the first opportunity to have a set piece in this type of area. Actually, I was just looking at John Stones. He was down holding his back a couple of times in that long City move, but Grealish there took ownership of the situation, didn't he? And did something out of the ordinary. Went one-on-one with Dumfries and arguably beat him because he's won this set piece, and that's allowed Kanji and Diaz to go forward. They'd love to have De Bruyne taking the free kick, but he sat on the bench looking pretty forlorn, so Phil Foden on his left foot is going to swing this in.
Useful angle for him, just in from the touchline for Foden, who has plenty to try and aim for in the penalty area. Here it comes then, deep delivery, left-footed, misses out everybody in the middle. Rodri will try and return it from the right. His initial effort is blocked away by Lautaro Martinez. They couldn't quite make the most of it, Manchester City.
Yeah, slightly sums up their frustration, City. Lautaro Martinez blocked it, back to goal. You thought it would definitely be a corner. It comes back and it hits Rodri and goes out of play. And Kyle Walker's rubbing his face on the bench and would love to be out there playing. And you know, City were big favourites, but this is a Champions League final, and again, it gets you every year. You have to be some side to reach this showpiece, and you mentioned all of the stats about how many finals Inzaghi has won, and again, he's come up with a serious game plan, not just to stop City tonight, to be a threat as well.
There's a reason why he's won so many finals, isn't there? And we're seeing further evidence of that in the way that his side have been set up in this first half.
Feel sorry for De Bruyne, man.
Haaland has only featured really on
all the
banters
aside.
Both of those
the guy is not lucky.
Andre Onana, who comes under pressure from the Norwegian, and the
against Chelsea,
Cameroonian clears it away to the halfway line. There's a flag up on
this time
side.
around again. Two finals,
the game, whether he's concerned about only scoring once in his last 7 games.
Finals.
You could say that, or you could say I've scored 52 in my last 52 games.
He doesn't look like a man who's concerned about much when it comes to his own talents, and quite right. I love watching Inzaghi. I mean, he was a very, very fine striker.
So it's 1 minute already gone in the added time here,
I think
people.
He was injured, wasn't he?
If you wanna comment about the first half, you can click on that link and call us.
Step out and play again, and he's covered some miles
give your
in the fast
It's free of charge. You just click on that link, right?
That infectious enthusiasm and intensity, the way he is on the touchline, it's impossible for it not to transmit itself to the 11 players that he's,
it looks like
he's cajoling constantly.
Inter really came up with a master plan. They've been doing good.
Those 18
They've been doing good. They don't allow City to do anything
We're into
in
two
the final
additional minutes at the end of the first half.
Italian,
still 0-0.
Yeah, very good with Catenaccio.
For John Stones. He has Bernardo Silva
defensive organization.
Takes on the back-pedalling DeMarco. Bernardo Silva onto the left foot here into the penalty area briefly. Manuel Akanji joining in with the attack as well, and then the shot flashed goalwards.
Sheikh Masoud is in the stadium, people.
And sails over the angle of post and bar, a cross goal really. Now behind without significantly.
Akanji really tried
just
that.
Open up for a split second or so to tempt him into the shot.
Akanji's tried a golazo. He tried a long-range shot, but
20 metres out. Not much you can do about it. By the way, TV cameras just zoomed in on the Inter treble winners from 2010 who are here. Melito and Cambiasso and Julio Cesar. We're very proud watching
half-time,
this.
people.
That deafening noise is...
Half-time, 0-0 between Manchester City and Inter. This game is not going to be an easy one. It's going to be decided in one moment of brilliance. Unfortunately, Kevin De Bruyne is out. So this could go to penalties, and in penalties, Manchester City are not that good when it comes to penalties. So people, it's 0-0 here. You can join me. For 15 minutes, we're going to be taking calls before the second half. So if you feel like you can come here and join us, do so. Let us know what you think about this game so far. It's not that easy, isn't it? It's not that easy. Some people say that that Inter were going to be smashed in the first half, but it looks like it's not that easy, right? Oh wow. Can we go to some statistics, or we can just... The line is already open for everybody to call. You click on that link, you call, but you are not obligated to do anything though. If you're not ready, no problem. Probably at the end of the game or tomorrow or something, you know. All right. Republic.
I think that Yaya Touré's curse is still there. I don't think it's gone.
The game is not over yet. It's still 45 minutes plus 30 more minutes if it's going to be extra. And there's still also penalties to take if nobody wins in regular time. So,
but the way this game is looking, it's just looking, that like the mango is almost ripe, because you just know the Inter, just one small tiny opening, they are going to strike with toxic venom on a counter-attack, and City have too many players forward, and they're going to score, and then they just park the bus, and that'll be that. Now you saw there's De Bruyne again, another final, yet kaput, injured. That is some real voodoo stuff there. What were the odds of him being injured for 2 finals in a row? And it's almost like this is a
very
curse.
Sad.
It's a curse. It's a very weird curse, and he's a very important part of that team there. But
yeah, because even Haaland was like, who is going to put those balls? I think City can still win it, but it's not the same game than when De Bruyne is there. It's a completely different strategy now. Foden might score a winner or something, but De Bruyne is De Bruyne, man. Did you see when Rudiger took him down? I mean, when it happened to your team, it's kind of, you feel good, it's banter, but today I kind of feel sorry for the guy, you know? Like, why always him? Like, when it was against Chelsea, you kind of, I don't want to see somebody injured, but if that is going to benefit my team, and then I'm okay. You know what I mean? You had that kind of sentiment. But today, I'm kind of, why? You know? Like, why him?
But the problem is with, like, Phil Foden. So
like
last season, Phil Foden, he was a regular. He was a starter every game. This season, if you notice, he hasn't played many games, and he's come on a sub. So maybe his confidence is not as good, as high, because he hasn't been a regular. So this is a homemade problem. Not homemade problem. Pepsi obviously made a choice. He had better players, but still, this guy is probably low in confidence. He needs time to get his confidence back in this game. So maybe with time, not with time, but in this game, maybe he will, as you say, be the match winner or something when he finds his feet, when he finds that flow, the rhythm, the automatic, and but still, I don't know. And then you had another one, big loss where you haven't mentioned is the right back Walker. He's not playing. They're missing a bit of that. He's very solid, very strong defender, very fast. So they're missing speed and they're missing strength at the back there. So this is why, in my eyes, watching this game, I think Inter they have a chance in this game. They have a big chance.
If they go to penalties, I think Inter got more. I don't know. I don't know how good they are with their penalties, but City been awful with penalties, even in regular games. They miss a lot of penalties.
The keeper is quite good, isn't he? The City keeper, the penalties.
Unana?
All the tattoos.
Edison.
He's quite good at penalties. So
I don't know. I don't know about that, but I think
he's a good stopper. But let's wait and see. But this game, I'm telling you, there's something weird. It's a bit like the Chelsea game, happening all over again. They dominated Chelsea. They were so much better than Chelsea. Blah blah blah. And yet Chelsea still won. And it just looks like the same kind of game. It's almost like déjà vu. I think it's a French word. Déjà vu. Is that a French word? Déjà vu?
Yeah, déjà vu. It's like already seen. It's just
how do you say it again? One more time.
Déjà vu.
Déjà vu. Déjà vu. For English, we say déjà vu. We say English déjà vu.
Yeah, déjà vu is just like, English, they just They just have a different kind of pronunciation, but yeah.
They destroy other people's language.
Yeah.
They destroy other people's languages. Deja vu. I've learned a new word, the proper pronunciation. So this is deja vu from the Chelsea thing there. And I don't know. I don't feel sorry for City because they've won so much. You know, they won everything. So
you know, Sheikh Masu is in the stadium. This is only the second time that he been in a game of football when City are playing since he took over. Like in, I don't know, 13 years or almost 15 years. This is the second game ever that he been in the stadium. That tells you that Abramovich was different because he loved Chelsea and he's a football fan. I'm not going to be surprised if Sheikh Masu is like a cricket kind of guy, you know, or tennis or swimming kind of sport that he watches, but he just came to invest money in football, and that really really pushed me to give more respect to Abramovich because he couldn't miss a Chelsea game until the visa situation, and we know what he went for the last few years, but he was there like almost every single game to watch Chelsea. We win or we lose, he's there applauding, suffering with us in the stadium. So a lot of respect to Abramovich.
Plus Abramovich, he didn't sit in the VIP box. He sat in the stands with like everybody else.
Yeah, sometimes he was like in the public just like anybody else, and people like hugging him. The guy is got some likable character. I don't care what other people are gonna say. Oh, he's this Russia, whatever. I don't care. That is the best honor in the world of football. You know, beside you are owned by a country, but that guy, respect, man, respect. I'm not gonna believe on all the accusation to that brother. No. Mr. Arsenal for life. Hello, nice to see you, and you are enjoying now. Our Inter are gonna win, brother. We still have 45 minutes. And then it's gonna be 30 minutes if we go to extra time, and then we have a penalty kick out if they don't win. So don't celebrate too quickly. And I know why you're celebrating, because they took the title away from you guys. But you can't blame City. Because you had everything in hand, 9 points ahead. You battle against whatever, Southampton and other teams. Now you want to blame City? Come on, brother. Come on. Don't blame City. Don't blame City. It's on your own.
Oh, fucking hell, you're terrible. You're cruel. You're so cruel. And by the way, did you notice, I don't know, maybe it's my TV or my eyes, I'm seeing a lot of empty seats in that stadium. I said, what? Not sold out. It doesn't make any sense.
Empty seats? Well, I haven't really paid attention. Probably I am very focused on the game, but empty seats, it can't be that because, I mean, or the people who paid didn't make it, but it was sold out long time ago. And what happened is like UEFA would take like half of the stadium ticket to give to their people and MVP. So those people, if they don't have time, and then they're not going to make it. I don't know, but I think it's full. It's full enough to... It's like, how many people in the stadium? Like 75 or more than that? It's a huge stadium, so yeah.
It's a new one. Compared to the old one, this is so super modern. They used to have I think they used to share with somebody.
This is still the same ground that Liverpool did a miracle, right? When they beat AC Milan, right?
It's the same team, but
it's the same stadium, but they kind of renovated just the way like Barcelona are doing with their stadium at the moment, or Real Madrid. They are building, making it more modern, but in the same site. So
those guys, they have a huge following. Galatasaray, where they play, that's their home stadium. That is a huge. We think all these Manchesters and Liverpools are big clubs. You go and see how big that club is in Turkey. It is massive. But Galatasaray, Fenerbahce, Besiktas.
And over there, football is just like a religion, bro. People fight on the street. People will fight physically on the street with opposition teams. They're like they're gonna take an appointment. Okay, let finish it between men, right? So you and me, let's meet somewhere and let's see who's gonna do it. And then they meet somewhere and then start beating each other.
Do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor. So you just do it one day if you're bored. Do do yourself a favor. Go just watch highlights of Turkish football, okay? And don't actually watch the football itself, but just the crowd noise when they score a goal.
Yeah, it's the loudest. I don't think Galatasaray plays in this stadium. I think they have they have another stadium that got the telephone company's name, something. I'm not sure if they play in this stadium, but the Galatasaray stadium is like the loudest one, according to...
they're so passionate. They're like Argentinian fans.
Oh my goodness, they are so passionate. Like, there are people who go there just to sing. Like, they don't even care about what is happening on the pitch, right? Like, they're just singing. And if there is a goal, they continue to sing. If there is they lose, they continue just to put ambience in the stadium. So they are fans in this world.
I like to watch. I don't actually like to watch the football. I like to watch the build-up and the Boca Juniors versus River Plate, for example.
That one is just like top, right? Wow.
When the fans are singing, 20,000 people, same song, in tune, waving their hands, so you think, this is unbelievable. And then even outside the stadium, they're all walking, maybe 15,000, all one go, and they just sing, and it is so loud. You think, this is passion. This is real passion. And it's for them, it's life and death. It's all that matters for them is their club, but nothing else. They don't care. They'd rather go hungry for 1 week, as long as they got a ticket for the game.
That's true. I mean, I had a chance to go to another derby in South Africa, like the Soweto derby between Kaizer Chiefs and Orlando Pirates. That's also there are some derbies in Africa. It's not like a lot on TV. People don't talk about it, but there are certain countries that are not like popular on TV, but they have some hell of derbies. You go to Morocco, you're gonna find the Casablanca against such and such. You go to Egypt, there are derbies in this world, bro. Telling you right now.
Al-Ali. So, but you guys, I've noticed in your part of the world, America, they've also the fan culture is picking up big time. But what is like the biggest derby in the MLS? Which teams win?
Well, right now it's like let's say El Tráfico, which is like in Los Angeles between the LA Galaxy and the LA FC. But the derby just starting like yesterday, right? Like they are just brand new team against. But that one is high. That one is top, and you can go to the Sounders and let me listen to Prophet Aziz because the second half is about to start. We're gonna be at the background, and then we're gonna come back at the end of the game. So let's listen from the Prophet Aziz.
The game is what we all predicted.
Yeah.
0-0 first half. But what I notice right now is Man City are getting frustrated.
Yeah. De Bruyne out, bro.
Yeah, and what I noticed is that the Inter Milan midfielders, I can't remember their name, the 2-6, they were holding on Kevin De Bruyne.
De Bruyne
don't let him play behind you.
Bro.
You feel me? Don't let him play behind you. Don't let him pick out those passes. The only one pass he picked out was Haaland. That's the only mistake they did. But Inter Milan, this is what I expected them to do. Be very defensive, go out there and score a club goal.
Yeah, they don't allow them anything in the final third. So the plan's been working very good. The way I see City, if they want to win, they need a moment of brilliance from somebody. But De Bruyne, who always creates those moments, he's out. So a little worried about City, really.
So this is what you're going to ask yourself. What is Inter Milan's DNA?
I don't know. I haven't watched them like closely. So you tell us.
They are a very defensive and counter-attacking team. Remember Inter Milan of 2010 when Mourinho took over?
Yes.
Same.
It turned the mentality, all of them, to be very defensive. And that's what
I mean, all the Italian teams, they know how to organize themselves defensively. So yeah, this is understandable.
Yeah. So Now, if you bring, so like you were all arguing, if you, as we're all saying, if you bring an attacking coach to a defensive team, it's going to be hard for him to create magic because he has to sell some players that's going to fit into his system. And that is what Pochettino has to do when it comes to Chelsea. Get rid of all the deadwood players we don't want in that team. Get rid of them and bring in players that are going to ball for you.
All right.
What he's saying
people,
is,
we only the players are coming out, so we only have like few minutes left. Mr. Manchester City, are you there? Man City, hello? We can't hear you. Man City? You're not speaking, brother, so I'm gonna have to take you off. Okay.
But you think Lukaku is gonna score?
Well, if he comes on,
definitely going to score. But what Aziz, what you were saying, you know, you I don't know where you got this from, but it's so correct because Inter this season, beginning of the season, they changed their style of play. They started playing more attacking, and they were losing game after game after game. And then they changed back.
They went back to the basics.
He went back to basics, and look where are they now.
Okay, yes. Gentlemen, listen, the game just restarted. I'm gonna go behind the scenes and come back at the end, so we still have time to talk. Who's gonna win the second half? Aziz?
Ooh, I don't want to say anything because my prediction nowadays have been has been wobbling.
All right, okay. So my brothers, let's see each other in the second half. Enjoy the game. Fingers crossed. Let's see what's gonna happen. Thank you so much. Come back at the end of the game. We're gonna open the phone again.
Back to Ederson, who will come and intervene on the edge of his penalty area. So he's in goal. Ruben Dias, Akanji and Ake either side of him at the back. Stones and Rodri in the defensive midfield positions. Bernardo Silva, Ilkay Gundogan, Jack Grealish joined in midfield in that first half by Phil Foden after an injury to Kevin De Bruyne. Erling Haaland leading the line. Hasn't been in the game too frequently, but has had a couple of opportunities already. Here's Lautaro Martinez trying to hold it up for Inter. He did so. That support wasn't forthcoming. Neither was the free kick that he might have been hoping for, and Manchester City have it back. Inter with Onana in goal, Damian Acerbi and Bastoni the back three, Dumfries and DeMarco the wing backs, Brozovic the captain, joined by Barella and Çalhanoğlu in midfield, Dzeko and Martinez in attack. And I'm sure at some stage we will see Romelu Lukaku from the Inter substitutes bench in this second half as well, which has begun, Chris Parrott, with Manchester City seeing plenty of the ball.
Yeah, and Inter very similar tactics, and already Pep Guardiola has stood there with his hands on his hips. Both teams attacking their ends as well, Phil. So if they score in this second half, we're going to get those amazing scenes of them scoring and then running straight over the athletics track towards their adoring supporters. I think it's interesting. DeMarco's down at the moment, which is why the game has just stopped. But because Inter have these three strikers, it does mean that Dzeko and Lautaro Martinez know that maybe they only have to run for 65, 70 minutes and they can hurtle around, and then Lukaku can come on and play a similar role when they're not in possession, and of course have different threats when he is on the ball. But the fact no changes have been made, I'm not surprised. But you look, Julian Alvarez, Riyad Mahrez, and then you look at Henrik Mkhitaryan and Romelu Lukaku. I would expect those four players to be on by the 90-minute mark. Some serious quality on both benches.
Oh, incredibly, as you would expect in a match of this magnitude. The little stoppage here was because of the injury to DeMarco, who went down after a clash with Bernardo Silva. Just claiming he took a little blow to the back, but he's back on his feet, and play will resume here with Manchester City in possession. Ederson has the ball at his feet just in front of his own penalty area and will square it to his right-hand side for Ruben Dias. No goals in what is the 68th European Cup final, but it has been an enthralling final so far as Manchester City look for Erling Haaland. Couldn't quite make it stick. Brozovic wins it back. There's a touch for Matteo Darmian, who did reference his Manchester United days as increased motivation for trying to beat Manchester City. Of course, Mkhitaryan and Lukaku on the bench have links with the other side of Manchester as well. All enjoying late flourishes in their careers with the Nerazzurri under Simone Inzaghi, who has fashioned such an impressive side when he took over from the Scudetto-winning coach Antonio Conte a couple of seasons ago. Supercoppa Italiana and Cup success as well. Coppa Italia success in each of his 2 seasons in charge now. And can they go on and win the big one? Here is Dimarco playing it forward towards the run of Lautaro Martinez. Across comes Akanji, dealt with it coolly, puts it straight out of play. He's been some signing, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Relatively modest money when making the move from Dortmund for this season. And such an important player, whatever the competition really, Manuel Akanji under Guardiola. 2-time winner of the Champions League with Barcelona. It's been a long wait since the second of those successes in 2011, when at either side of Inter's 2010 success with Guardiola.
And you know, we talked a lot about City's incredible journey and where they've come from, but Inter were away from the Champions League for a long time, away from certainly the last 4 and the last 8 until, you know, this season really. And when the final was in Milan, neither of the Milan clubs were in it. Given the ball away here though.
Bernardo Silva trying to take advantage as he picks up possession on the right-hand side of the penalty area, taking on Acerbi. Couldn't quite pick the pass that he was trying to play for Phil Foden in the penalty area. It was well defended by Inter. It's Dimarco who's able to clear it away. Cut out though by Akanji, who kept it in play. Manchester City may yet come again. Stones goes infield to Rodri. He will switch it into space for Nathan Ake. He's got plenty of room to run into here down that left-hand side. Infield instead for the captain Ilkay Gundogan. Ake once more. Tighter to the touchline over on that far side is Jack Grealish. Back in field for Diaz. Again, Inter have reset back behind the ball, pretty much everyone inside their own half of the field looking to defend this. Ilkay Gundogan combining again with Ruben Diaz on the halfway line. He is closed down and was briefly dispossessed by Darmian. And the free kick is going to go Manchester City's way here. And about halfway for that, they will be relieved.
He did really well, Gundogan. You initially thought he'd lost it. Darmian was ahead of him, but he managed to slide back, and had he not, again, one of those moments really on a knife edge when Inter are a successful pass away from being in a great position, and Gundogan did well. Guardiola trying to G up the City fans. Used to Diego Simeone doing that type of thing, but he knows how important they will be, and he is the Inter fans we have mostly heard thus far, but City now responding. Very late at night. 11:10 in Istanbul. It's been a long day, a long wait. Very long wait for those City fans to win the competition if they get there this evening.
Guaranteed some late night drama one way or the other, that is for sure. Here is Bernardo Silva for Manchester City, cutting in from their right-hand side. Taken off him, though, by Dimarco, who strides forward. He does have support from Barella. Dimarco had continued his run. Challenge comes in from Gundogan on Lautaro Martinez, who went down heavily. He stayed down, but Manchester City have the ball back, and they're permitted to continue by referee Marciniak. Foden had covered good ground. Then the challenge comes in on Jack Grealish. He'll get the free kick, and it's all going on.
What a game. So tight, because Inter there was a brilliant move down the left between Barella and Dimarco. Had Lautaro Martinez been able to get the ball away, and he wasn't, because Gundogan did so well to get back. Dumfries might have been in on the right-hand side, and then having won it back, City were on the attack, and Grealish wins the free kick, and now they can potentially float this ball into the penalty area for Haaland and Stones and co. But you sense a major chance is coming, but it could be at either end.
52.5 minutes played of the final. Here is the free kick for Manchester City. Delivery's a little too deep. It missed out everybody in the middle. There's a chase on for Akanji to try and keep it in play on this near side. Dumfries went with him, and Akanji was just unable to get there in time. So in to survive another potential scare in this absorbing final. 53 minutes on the clock. Simone Inzaghi crouched down on the edge of his technical area. Kevin De Bruyne is now sat amongst the Manchester City substitutes, having seen his evening end early by injury. in the first half. All he can do is watch on and hope that his teammates can do this without him and go on and make their share of history. Here is John Stones. Cement their legacy is what they're attempting to do in Istanbul tonight. Ruben Diaz to Nathan Ake. Rodri is calling for it, the base of the midfield. He will play it forward into space for Stones. He is a bit more advanced this time. Good run by Stones. He's still got it. Wonderful control. Helps it on to İlkay Gündoğan. He's got his back to goal. He's crowded out of it a little bit, but holds on to possession. Finds Jack Grealish. He delivers the cross right-footed, which is cleared away only as far as Stones. Brings it down on his chest. Again, then takes a tumble. It's a good challenge that came in just to nick the ball away from him. In the end, it will be an Inter free kick. I think frustration for Foden. Again, we're talking about the merest of margins here. No time on the ball for anybody. And this is a really difficult one for Simon Marciniak at the moment, but he's doing an excellent job of keeping a lid on things, because both of these sides giving everything, throwing their bodies on the line.
Yeah, challenges.
It's breathless.
Yeah, challenges flying in. I think he did really well. It wasn't a free kick on John Stones, which would have been City with the ball right on the edge of the box. And I think he's allowed some of the bumps to go, and that has added to the spectacle and the intensity, and Martinez has won it.
He's got it just ahead of Ruben Diaz. Cuts in field from the right-hand side. Tees it up for Çalhanoğlu to try and strike it. It's blocked almost as soon as it left the right boot of the Turkish international, but it will fall favourably for DeMarco to try and return it. He's got time to size up the cross just over the head of Edin Dzeko in the penalty area, and it's going to go for the throw on the far side. Now it's Inter's turn to really ramp up the pressure here, to signal to their supporters that this might be their moment. They take it pretty quickly as they attempt to maintain that intensity. Back down the line for Brozovic, who will switch it infield. Acerbi is closed down by Erling Haaland. He has support to his left from Bastoni. And Andre Onana will now get involved midway inside his own half. 10 minutes into this second half, Haaland goes to close down the Inter goalkeeper. And it's going to be cleared away down that right-hand side. Edin Dzeko, I think it is, who's currently down for Inter just inside the Manchester City half. That's now been spotted, so play will be stopped.
Wow. 37 playing at this intensity. 55 minutes gone, and Romelu Lukaku's coming on. He's just been given a high five by Simone Inzaghi. By the way, could you think of someone in his home country on an occasion like this, as good as he is from distance, for that ball to be pulled back to Çalhanoğlu? You wonder whether that was going to fly in. It was a great block, but here we go. Romelu Lukaku comes on at 0-0, and I think Inter would have taken that, knowing that he was going to emerge at some stage.
It comes on 56 minutes on the clock. It might have been a few minutes earlier than planned with the way that Dzeko was down and seemingly struggling. So Lukaku, who hasn't started in the Champions League this season, comes off the substitutes bench in it for the 8th time. He's got 3 goals already this season. He's scored 7 times in his last 7 games in Serie A at the end of the season. He scored 5 times previously against Manchester City as well, and Inter will look for him immediately. Martinez had found a little bit of space as well as the cross from Dumfries came in from the right-hand side. It didn't reach either of them. It's cleared away by İlkay Gündoğan into the feet of Jack Grealish for Manchester City. Gündoğan looking to pull the strings a decade on since he scored in defeat in a Champions League final for Dortmund at Wembley against Bayern. Having lost the final 2 years ago as well. He's hoping tonight it will be 3rd time lucky. Nobody in the Inter side before tonight, incredibly, had even played in a Champions League final.
You wouldn't know it, the way they've managed the occasion and played their way, and it's been very effective. Lukaku straight into the action, as you said, won his first header against Ruben Diaz. It's a different test now for Diaz, who quietly has been pretty magnificent for Manchester City when called upon. And at half-time, I saw the stats, a 100% pass accuracy, including quite a few dangerous ones which have broken not quite the final defensive line, but got City into promising positions.
There's Bernardo Silva. deep inside his own half, and it was allowed to go by Akanji. Lautaro Martinez was there behind him. Ederson quickly off his line, spreads himself at the feet of Martinez and makes the save, and Bernardo Silva can clear here. Well, that very nearly came back to cost Manuel Akanji. Lautaro Martinez was on it so quickly. Equally quickly, though, was Ederson. And now here come Manchester City at the other end with Foden, whose ball was just behind Haaland, but he was caught just as he played that pass. And for the challenge on in the first yellow card of the final is brandished by referee Marciniak as the game swings from end to end incredibly.
Barely believe what I've just seen. I wonder whether Manuel Akanji had picked up an injury, because he just seemed to stop. And then all of the Inter players are saying to Lautaro Martinez, why didn't you square the ball instead of going for goal? Watching it again now, no, Akanji just leaves it. He thinks Ederson's there, he's not. And if he pulls that back, well, Lautaro Martinez will say, because he did look up, he'll say that maybe he was trying to give Ederson the eyes, and it's a good save. But Pep Guardiola was on his knees when Akanji let that go. Wow. Meanwhile, Romelu Lukaku saying, I had a tap-in for 1-0. Meanwhile, then City broke, and Barella, with a tactical foul, has given a free kick away on the edge of the box. You can't take your eyes off it.
Astonishing stuff in the final. Barella into the book, first name taken. And this is the free kick that will follow. It's going to be touched short by Jack Grealish to Ilkay Gundogan to dink it in. And the header is just too high from Ruben Diaz, who was up from the back. He stretched to reach it, and it's just landed on the roof of the net.
Dangerous ball. Inter slightly caught out, I think, with no De Bruyne on the pitch. I think he probably would have gone for goal from that range, but they tried something a little more cute. Just, you know, I think we're seeing what pressure does out there to superb footballers who have had wonderful seasons, but as the minutes tick by and, you know, you're seeing uncharacteristic pieces of play from some great footballers, but that's why this is such a wonderful fixture, and why it's so, you know, in the build-up when people think, one team's going to win by 2 or 3 goals. Very rarely does that happen.
An hour in, there is nothing between them. Here go Manchester City with Grealish. Infield to Stones, his touch was a heavy one, and it just afforded Inter the chance to bring it clear. There's Brozovic, plays it to his right-hand side to Denzel Dumfries. Lukaku was calling for it. Bastoni was an option on the other side of the field as well. Dumfries still has it. He's covered a little bit of ground here into the Manchester City half of the field before going back down the line to Darmian. This time it's Inter's turn to prioritise possession as they build from the back inside their own half. DeMarco to Bastoni, playing that overlapping centre-back role again, but he has been caught out here. Erling Haaland, who's come deep to win the ball, found himself in a little bit of space. Wasn't able to locate the run of Jack Grealish, which was his intention, I think, with the pass that was played. In to have it back on the right-hand side with Darmian, and now with Brozovic. It's just slowing it down a little bit. But Inter won't be unhappy with this at all, the way that this is going. They are sensing their chance, but you do wonder if that opportunity that Martinez was presented with and couldn't take, that Ederson did well to deal with, whether that might prove costly when we come to consider the outcome at the end here. Because so precious opportunities as those against Manchester City are very difficult to come by. But Inter have belief about them, that is for sure. DeMarco trying to combine again with Lautaro Martinez down their left-hand side, the near side as we look at it. It will go for the throw right in front of a very animated Pep Guardiola, as he has been all evening, down there on the touchline. So he looks to move on to 3 trophies in this competition, into the illustrious company that we were talking about before the game. But it's very much still in the balance whether that will be the case at the end of the evening in Istanbul, as his side looked long for Erling Haaland. It didn't quite get that far. Çalhanoğlu intervenes at some personal cost. He stayed down, although Inter do have the ball back on halfway with Dumfries, and now Barella. And here's Brozovic to his left-hand side. Lautaro Martinez, it's a heavy ball, and it's just beyond the run of Brozovic, so DeMarco will retrieve possession instead, and he will work it wide to the Croatian, the Inter captain on the left-hand side. Plays it back in field. Nicola Barella again to Brozovic once more. Corner of the area here. Manchester City have had time to reset that defence, but it's expected to come under pressure at some point soon. Bastoni in field. Barella, he's the one that will deliver. Did so with some menace. Ilkay Gundogan gets his head to it, helped on by Dumfries. DeMarco's in there against Ruben Diaz. Nathan Ake just had time to allow the ball to bounce once before clearing it away, left-footed down that left-hand side. Haaland gets his head to it, can't find a teammate though. Very little time for anybody. It's frantic fair in the centre of the pitch. It's Rodri for Manchester City in the centre circle, and it might open up now for them. Here's Bernardo Silva. He's driving forward. He has support from Stones to his right. Stones tries to cut back the cross, but hit Bastoni. Actually turned towards his own goal. Onana might have been worried just for a split second or so, but it missed his post, and it sneaks behind for the corner.
John Stones down on his haunches, puffing out after a lung-bursting run in the heat. It's been agony to watch this for the 71,000. For those who support City or Inter at the moment. Neither side can quite get it right in the final third. The energy and the intensity is still as good now as it was in minute one. Corner kick for Jack Grealish.
64 minutes on the clock on Matchday Live. 0-0 in the Champions League final. There's just going to be a little delay here before Grealish can take this corner kick. The referee wanting a word with both Stones and Bastoni, who were battling for territory inside the penalty area. A bit of pushing and shoving going on. Diaz and Dumfries were involved in something similar as well, as with Darmian and Akanji, I think. Here is the corner now from Grealish. Again, it's a deeper delivery, but before Bernardo Silva could reach it, the referee's whistle has gone, and there was a bit too much going on in the penalty area for the referee's liking. It's an Inter free kick.
You sense that the whistle was going to go one way or the other when that corner came in, and Bastoni will feel that he got the better of Stones there. As those two again who'd just been warned, and just a tug of the shirt.
The referee was stood on the edge of the penalty area, hands on hips, surveying everything, and there was at least 3 individual battles all going on for him to try and keep an eye on there, wasn't there? And the free kick has been given. It has been taken short, actually, by Inter just inside their own box.
Sorry, Phil, the notepad was out there between Guardiola and his coaches. I just wonder if Julian Alvarez might come into his thoughts. We've seen him kind of play the De Bruyne role or the Haaland role this season. I know he brought on Phil Foden. Be very unlikely to take Ilkay Gundogan off, but I feel that something needs to change for City. I feel like they've been hoping their moment is going to arrive, knowing, you know, percentage-wise, the way they play, that it will, but it hasn't yet. And Inter, every time they go forward, you sense a bit of nervousness with the quality they have on the pitch.
It's the stage of the game, isn't it, where Guardiola must be thinking about changes. If he's happy, he often decides not to make any, but the way this game is going, it would be a surprise if something isn't switched up soon. 9 players previously have won the World Cup and the Champions League, or European Cup as it was in the same season. We are set to get a 10th tonight. Will it be Lautaro Martinez or will it be Julian Alvarez if he gets on the pitch? Here's Haaland in the meantime, picking up possession. Had Foden making the run in space to his right, tried to find him. It just didn't quite fall at the feet of Phil Foden, and Inter clear towards halfway. Again, nearly but not quite. That's been the story so far. There was a really important intervention in there that ensured Foden couldn't quite capitalise on the presence of Haaland alongside him. Manchester City will have to do this again. Foden has come deeper this time, back on the ball inside the centre circle.
I think Nicola Barella was really lucky there, because when that ball broke, he almost instinctively thought, I've got to bring my man down here. He tried to. He's on a yellow card. He didn't catch Haaland, but he was hoping to, and I think he would have been off.
He's the only player booked so far, Barella. Hazard of the job maybe to an extent in the part of the pitch that he plays. As Manchester City press and probe again. Grealish keeps it in left-hand side. Midway point of the second half now. Forward towards Foden. Brozovic was in the way. Gundogan trying to get there and does, just briefly ahead of Darmian. Keeps it in play. Not too much space to operate in, though. Foden takes over. He's shepherded away from goal by Brozovic. Finds Manuel Akanji. Takes a couple of touches, advances and slips an excellent ball through for Bernardo Silva. He will cut it back from the byline right-hand side. Where will it fall? Oh, it's slumped in by Rodri! Is that Manchester City's moment? It's Rodri with a breakthrough goal in the Champions League final as his side close in on delivering their dream. It's a super strike to separate the sides. It's Manchester City 1, Inter 0.
What scenes behind that goal. As things stand with 22 minutes left, it will deliver the treble for Manchester City. What a finish. The tension and the pressure was building. Akanji with a brilliant ball to Bernardo Silva, who crossed. City wanted handball, but it just dropped kindly around the penalty spot to Rodri, who's been so brilliant for Manchester City this season, and he's crunched it beyond two Inter players who were in his way. He's bent it round them both. Onana didn't move, and it thunders into the back of the net, and Manchester City are a little over 20 minutes away from being European champions for the first time.
Well, he picks his moments, Rodri, doesn't he? He scored that brilliant goal against Bayern in the quarter-finals, which was his first ever goal in the Champions League. And he's followed it up with another. He hadn't scored since that night until tonight. This one wasn't just about the power, it was placed with perfection as well. He just caught it so sweetly, so deliberately. And Manchester City now are a shade over 20 minutes away from footballing immortality, really, from claiming this European crown for the first time, from completing the treble. It is tantalisingly close now. And Inter have it all to do, having invested so much already in this final. They now have to pick themselves up and go again and give that little bit more somehow.
Absolutely, and that will be a hammer blow given how well they've played. And now, against this formidable force who are now waiting to pick you off to score the second, which would finish it. It's going to be a serious test of character and ability now for Inter.
There's Lautaro Martinez. They set about a response. Clearance is not particularly convincing after the ball in from DeMarco. It will be returned to him by Brozovic. And back again, Marcelo Brozovic in towards the edge of the penalty area. Çalhanoğlu got something on it. Lukaku's battling for it. DeMarco's there as well with a header. Bounces back off the bar. DeMarco again can't force it in. And a scramble ensues, and Manchester City now will be able to bring it clear through Bernardo Silva. As everybody wonders just quite how that didn't go in. Nobody more so than Federico DeMarco, the wing-back who found himself the furthest forward, who had a couple of bites at it in there and just couldn't quite force in the equalising goal. Incredible.
Well, I'd love to know if he was onside, DeMarco. Must have been tight. Yeah, he was. Oh, it's so unlucky. Who does that hit? It's either Ruben Diaz or it's Lukaku.
I think it hit Lukaku, the follow-up header.
It's over Ederson, the initial header. It's beaten him. It comes back flush off the crossbar. And then it hits Lukaku, and had it not, I mean, Diaz is on the line, but DeMarco, the Inter fan, the Inter boy, will he get a better chance to bring his team level in the Champions League final?
Well, he spent much of the early part of his career out on loan, failing really to establish himself at this club. He's certainly become a regular over the last couple of seasons under Inzaghi, and he had the chance to make himself a hero. Inter had the chance to re-establish parity almost straight away, and they were just a fraction away. He guided the header deliberately over Ederson, who was beaten, couldn't get fingertips to it, but saved by the frame of his goal as the ball bounced back off the bar. DeMarco was first to react again. Well, could only steer the header at Lukaku inadvertently in the way. Is it going to be that sort of night for Inter, having got so close? But another twist in this remarkable tale, and there is plenty still to come in this final. If Manchester City thought they'd done the hard bit by getting themselves in front, they've just been served up a reminder that there is plenty yet to do. They're going to bring on Kyle Walker very shortly.
It's a serious response, actually, from Inter to pick themselves up so quickly after that goal. Will it be Stones? Will it be Akanji?
We will find out in a moment as Pep Guardiola tries to maybe hold on to what he has here. If Inter are beaten tonight, DeMarco will be replaying that header that came back off the bar over and over again in his nightmares. So close to a dream scenario for him. But Inter have to put that behind it. They have to behind them. They have to take encouragement from fashioning the opportunity in the first place. And here they come again. Lautaro Martinez to Lukaku inside the penalty area, gets the shot away, right-footed, on target. But Ederson behind it is able to make a fairly comfortable save in the end, as Lukaku's shot went through the legs of Ruben Diaz, and the goalkeeper was importantly positioned to stop it.
Andre Onana's incredible, though. That all came from him playing like the sweeper, inviting the press on, and then pinging a straight pass gloriously into the final third. I mean, it's just incredible goalkeeping. And Inter still have immense belief. They're coming again.
This is as threatening as they've looked at any stage of the game, as they have to, of course. Now there is no way through on that occasion because Rodri was able to do his defensive work. It would be some story, wouldn't it, if he was to be the match winner 2 years on after he was surprisingly left out of the side and remained unused on the bench as they were beaten by Chelsea in Porto. Here he is now on the brink of being the match winner 2 years later. All the attacking talent in this Manchester City side, and it's the major defensive presence in midfield who's got the goal, but it's a slender-looking lead right now as Lukaku tried to help that on towards Martinez, just a bit too much on it. And out comes Ederson to hold on. Can he hold on to his clean sheet for Manchester City?
Stones is holding his back again. Saw that in the first half. It's been relentless from Inter, and City win this game. They will have defended incredibly well.
Kyle Walker's still waiting to come on. Inter are going to make a double change shortly, I think, as well, as Bernardo Silva has it for Manchester City. We head towards the closing quarter of an hour of the 90 minutes. 1-0 Manchester City lead against Inter, and Bernardo Silva will get the free kick that he was hoping for here against DiMarco, and immediately turns to his side's supporters to orchestrate the cheers behind that goal. They're getting closer, but it will still seem like an awful long way away. Here is the change. Kyle Walker is coming on, and it will be Manuel Akanji that makes way for Manchester City.
I mean, what a player to bring on with 15 minutes left. I mean, defensively he will halt DiMarco, but also if he gets the chance to stretch his legs, and I think he will, as Inter are already committing plenty forward in search of the equaliser, that space for him to gallop into. We're going to see two interchanges as well with 15 minutes left. The whole season, the longest ever Champions League season, comes down to this.
Bastoni making way for Robin Gosens in the first of those interchanges. Gosens, who got that memorable goal against Barcelona in the 3-3 in the group stages. And Denzel Dumfries is also being withdrawn here as part of this double substitution. Bellanova is coming on. What a huge moment for him. The under-21 international on loan from Cagliari, who began his youth career with AC Milan. And he started once in the Champions League. He is on as a substitute in the final, but it's a Manchester City free kick here. İlkay Gundogan takes it into dangerous territory, cleared out as far as Jack Grealish on the corner of the box. Rolls it back in field for Bernardo Silva. Gundogan again will be closed down by DiMarco. Manchester City will be content just to try and take the sting out of the situation by maintaining possession in this part of the pitch. There's Rodri again, the goal scorer, in a central position. Brozovic went to close him down. Played forward towards Bernardo Silva again, who will square up to DiMarco, advancing slowly towards the corner of the penalty area, assessing his options, not too many ahead of him. So he will go back in field.
I think Gosens is playing as the right-sided the centre-backs. So it's quite an attacking change. Now he's at left wing-back and DiMarco's in that position.
There goes Foden skipping into space, striding forward, getting his shot away. Left-footed effort is saved by Onana. That might have settled it had he been able to find the corner. Phil Foden with a wonderful burst of acceleration to take him clear of the Inter defence. It was a deliberate attempt to side-foot the finish across the keeper into the corner, but Onana had read his intentions and was smartly down to his left to make the save.
Yeah, and DiMarco is now out of position. It's an attacking change. He is the left-sided, I should say, of the back three, not his natural position. And Foden got him one-on-one there, wriggled away from an all. Had to play to bring Gosens on. They have some serious attacking pedigree down their left-hand side, Inter, but it is going to leave them more exposed at the back.
They're going to have to take chances, aren't they? There is Bernardo Silva again. don't think Kyle Walker's actually on yet, is he, for Manchester City? It appeared they were making that change, but
no, yeah, he's not.
Akanji's still out there on the pitch and now back on the ball as he links with John Stones. Don't know if that was a last second rethink from Guardiola when he saw the changes that Inter were making, maybe.
I think it might have been.
It's a curious one. 78 minutes on the clock on Matchday Live. Manchester City leading into... But Inter have shown there is plenty left in their tank yet. Here's DeMarco, forward towards Lukaku. Will flick it on into space for the substitute Bellanova. Grealish has gone back with him doing his defensive duties and actually prevents the cross from coming in. It cannons away off him and goes behind for the corner kick.
Brilliant play from Romelu Lukaku there. Knew that Bellanova was behind him in space and flicked the header to him for this corner kick. We're seeing a replay of that Foden chance. Guardiola couldn't believe that he hadn't taken it. Opened up in a flash and you couldn't see Inter coming back from 2-0 down.
How much pressure that would have relieved. Instead, the corner comes in at the other end. It's cleared only as far as Marcelo Brozovic will get something on it. Barella back towards Çalhanoğlu. Time to size it up again. He might get another go. Instead, it's Barella, and it's dipping, but not quite quickly enough. Just over the angle of post and bar. And another opening comes and goes for Inter.
Would have been really spectacular had that one gone in from Barella. Just need to try and remain patient. Just seeing a replay. Wonder how hard Rodri side-footed that one in. Because it flew through the air like he pinged it with his laces, and Kevin De Bruyne was out there celebrating with his fellow subs, almost looking like a coach down there. And it'd be hard-pressed to find many who would be upset if he wasn't a winner tonight, unless, of course, you support Inter.
As Grealish slips it through towards Foden. Manchester City going for the throat here, trying to settle it, trying to put it beyond doubt. They've won the ball back on the edge of the box with Bernardo Silva twisting and turning, trying to find a little bit of room. Brozovic went with him and I think pulled down Bernardo Silva there, just in from the touchline. That is the interpretation of the officials as well. It's a free kick in a useful position, this, for Manchester City.
Yeah, and those little moments are going City's way now. A fresh Brozovic in the first half. Probably successfully harries Bernardo Silva and Inter win the ball, but now they're conceding fouls. It's allowing the City pressure to build. And the time's very much against Inter.
What can Bernardo Silva do with this free kick? We're into the last 10 minutes of the 90. They lead by a goal to nil. They go in search of the second, whipped in by the left boot of Bernardo. And it's comfortably gathered up actually by Andre Onana. Stepped across, gathered that into his gloves. He was looking to release it quickly. It was a Manchester City player who is down, which has prevented him from doing so. It's John Stones, and now the call comes for Kyle Walker, who might a little belatedly get on after all, and you would imagine it will now be for Stones, perhaps.
Yeah, I just saw Pep Guardiola turn to the fourth official, Istvan Kovac, and say, number 5. John Stones got a ripped shirt. In the wars tonight, City you know, if they win it, and they win the treble, they've blown away teams in the Champions League and in the FA Cup and the English Premier League, but we've seen tonight that, well, they're always up for the physical encounter as well, and they have every side to them, and they've had to come through a real test. 82 minutes, so far so good, and Stones makes way. What a season he has had. Kyle Walker gets on for 8 minutes plus.
And Stones' campaign is concluded. He waits to find out whether he will get that winner's medal that he and they desire more than any other at the end of their 60th game of a remarkable season. 3 more matches they've played than Inter, en route to Istanbul and the conclusion of the European club season. You know, I think the draw for the semi-finals of the preliminary qualifying round takes place on Tuesday.
Yeah. John Stones is welcome back like a hero to the City bench, and
all the coaching staff on their feet applauding as Stones makes his way to the dugout with his job done. Kyle Walker is into the action after all, as he also looks to complete the set, the only trophy that he hasn't won with Manchester City. There's going to be a yellow card here for Lukaku. The challenge is a little late. Frustrations just beginning to build for Inter now, with the clock ticking down. Manchester City so far, certainly in the last few minutes, doing a very decent job of keeping them at bay, of trying to close this out. Gundogan was the one caught by Lukaku, who attempted a challenge from behind. And the yellow card was always a likely result of that, I guess.
Again, I think in the first half, or up until about the 60-minute mark, those were the moments Inter were winning the ball, forcing a turnover, frustrating City. But now it's free kicks, and it's exactly what City want. It's a hot night. It's a humid evening as well. You can see, even as we approach midnight local time, sweat dripping off all the players. It's been an incredible physical exertion, particularly from Inter, I think. But now they have to find something. Some fresh legs have come on to try and create one more moment.
Another couple of changes, tell you about those in a moment, because Manchester City were almost in. Foden attempting the cross from the left, looking for Haaland in the middle. Lautaro Martinez back defending his own box. He's feeling his groin. He's certainly feeling the pace at the moment. They've brought on D'Ambrosio on the left-hand side of defence, and they've also brought on Henrik Mkhitaryan in place of Hakan Çalhanoğlu. It does look as if Turkey's wait for a Champions League winner is going to continue. 3 previous finalists they've had in this competition who've all ended up on the losing side. No more that Çalhanoğlu can do. Mkhitaryan is on, hoping to becoming the first from Armenia to win this competition. Doesn't have long to try and salvage it as the corner comes in from Grealish from the left-hand side. And again, Onana makes it look routine as he gathers it up.
Yeah, and this is a global fixture. You know, the whole of Cameroon will be hoping that Andre Onana wins it tonight, for example. And Inter have to keep believing there's one more moment. Lautaro Martinez wasn't moving very well. He was back defending. He is back at the other end of the pitch, Phil, but that's one to keep an eye on. And
final 5 of the 90. If they can find the goal to take it into extra time, there'll be a few maybe struggling, but here they come. Robin Gosens taking the pass from Barella, put a bit too much on the ball. It was aimed into the run of Martinez, who had made that run down the middle, and Gosens couldn't quite pick him out. It just cleared the head of Lautaro Martinez and flashes away on the far side.
Andre Onana's passing tonight, though, it's been incredible. Everyone is a line-splitting pass. It's not just going sideways. He's inviting 2 or 3 City players to close him down and then threading the ball through to someone. And he's actually been the starting point for most of Inter's attacks, particularly in this second half. That A, the bravery, and B, the quality. I mean, it's incredible. We're used now to seeing goalkeepers be very, very good with their feet, but for me, he's taken it to a whole new level tonight. I mean, look where he is now, Phil.
He's in front of his centre-backs in possession just inside his own half, almost on the halfway line as he lofts it long, right-footed. Andre Onana in his first season at the club after the 7.5 years that he had at Ajax. What a season it's been. It was going to be a difficult job, wasn't it, for whoever took the gloves from Samir Handanovic on a regular basis, and Onana has certainly done that this season. Now here's Jack Grealish trying to hold on to it, really, for Manchester City down the left. He was looking for the throw. It went the other way. And Mkhitaryan is straight on the ball, proving his fitness in training this week to at least play a part in the final. But for that thigh injury that he suffered in the second leg of the semi, he may well have started tonight. He's certainly been impressive in the second half of the season under Simone Inzaghi. He's been an impressive pickup from Roma last summer. So many players, to an extent, not necessarily written off, but the perception being that their best days might be behind them, have come to Inter and certainly challenged that notion and proved that notion wrong. Here is DeMarco, whose effort balloons up straight into the air. Rodri is underneath it when it comes down, gets his foot on the ball. As does Phil Foden, but he couldn't quite hold on to it in the centre circle. Barella's the one that strides clear for Inter and finds Robin Gosens to his left-hand side. He was always confident, Gosens, that he would get an opportunity to play some part in this final. He's not been a regular starter, but he's certainly contributed this campaign. He's on the ball again. He's found Nicola Barella just outside the Manchester City penalty area. Back to Gosens again on the corner of the box. Bernardo Silva back with him. Everybody for Manchester City now has to to do their part defensively, do their bit. Here's Gosens with the space to provide the cross, left-footed. It's missed out everybody in the middle. It will come all the way through for Bellanova on the far side of the penalty area. Now in by Brozovic. Gosens to attack. It rises. Oh, Lukaku! It's saved, and it's bundled behind by Ruben Diaz. And how has that stayed out? Oh, Inter so close to the equaliser. Again, they can barely believe that they haven't scored here. Well, is that the moment that confirms this is Manchester City's night? Are the stars aligning for the English side? Because that was a huge let-off. That looked for all the world as if it would nestle in the net. Here's the corner. It's not dealt with yet, the danger. Lautaro Martinez's header is wide, though. And now we get to reflect and assess. A stunning save, I think, in there from Ederson as well. Reactions to get his left leg to the ball, and then somehow it stayed out.
And we'll see how close it was to going over the line, because his left foot was planted the other side of the line, but it hits his knee and stays out, and then somehow the rebound doesn't go in. And if City do win this, Inter will now look back on two moments. The one when they hit the bar and then had the rebound, and then that moment. How are they not level? And as you mentioned, it feels like it's City's night, it's City's season, and it's City's treble.
There was a wonderful reaction in there from Ruben Diaz as well when the ball came out to him so quickly after the Ederson save that he was just able to adjust and make sure he headed it wide of the post and out for the corner, because if he hadn't, it could have struck him and gone in. But here come Inter again. They haven't given it up. 30 seconds of the 90 to play. Lukaku advancing on goal, spinning and striking it with a left foot, but just hucking it wide, really, of that far post. Well wide in the end from Lukaku, but it was another opening, and those openings continue to materialise for the team from Milan. Inter are giving this a go right to the wire.
Next big moment is how much added on time. We've got 5 seconds. We're going to see this header again from Lukaku, and he will have expected to score. Gosens does amazingly. He's 5 metres out. Instinctively, he heads it on target, and it's a great save from Ederson, but Lukaku 9 times out of 10 doesn't give the goalkeeper a chance. 5 added minutes, Phil.
5 added minutes confirmed in Istanbul. Is there another twist to come? Only one English club have won the treble so far, and when Manchester United did it in '99, there was a little bit of late drama that night as well, wasn't there? Inter hoping that they can provide that drama tonight. Will there be another opportunity for them? Manchester City is certainly having to do this the hard way. The Rodri goal, scored just past the midway point of this second half, remains somehow the only goal of the game. Will it be a night where Inter are left to reflect on what might have been? They've got 4 more added minutes to change the narrative, to try and take this to extra time. Manchester City will slow things down, will hold on to the ball for as long as they are able to do, for as long as they are possibly permitted to do, and just try and see it through. 7 seasons under Pep Guardiola, and now the crowning glory is minutes away. Andre Onana getting involved. He wants to take the free kick quickly. He was prevented from doing so by Erling Haaland, and for the animated reaction of Onana and the intervention of Haaland, both have gone into the book.
Yeah, you know, it's difficult to say with all the emotions down there, but I don't think Onana needed to get involved there. He's wasted a good 30 seconds, and it's Inter's time to waste at the moment. He was fouled, but then his reaction just slowed the game down, and City have won themselves a throw-in in the left-back area, and they are inching towards an achievement that I think many thought, in the English game anyway, might not be replicated for Manchester United in 1999.
24 years on, Manchester City are 2.5 minutes away from doing so, but they have rather unnecessarily conceded a free kick here, and Erling Haaland has just gone into the book for his part in that set 2 with Onana, is the one that has conceded it. Yeah. And this is in a really dangerous position as well, right-hand side, just in from the touchline.
It's a loopy throw from Ake, and then a bit of a silly shove in the back from Haaland. They've given DiMarco this free kick.
He's going to take it left-footed from that right-hand side, whips it in, only headed partially clear, and return goalwards by Barella, watched it onto his right boot, he went for glory, trying to steer it into the top corner. Wide it goes, not by much, but as far as Manchester City are concerned, by far enough. That will do for them. Ederson watching it wide in the end.
He's now booked for a bit of time wasting as he went to...
Rather than go to take the goal kick, he went for his water bottle.
Yeah, it's good from Simon Marciniak. My word, this is tense. Only one goal. We've had finals with loads of goals, but this has been compelling from minute one, and you still think there's something for Inter here right at the end.
There's Haaland for Manchester City, just trying to hold on to it. There was a Champions League final record, 6 goals, when Istanbul last staged the final in 2005. Rodri's wonderful effort, the only goal tonight, but so much more besides. And another chance here for Inter, a free kick just inside their own half. Everybody forward for it as Anana, the goalkeeper, will take it, launches it long into the penalty area, and his opposite number, Ederson, came and made that his, and did brilliantly through a crowd of players. Got both hands to it and, importantly, held on to it as he took it off the head of Lukaku. He made his mind up that he was going to get to that first, and he did.
Amazing. Ruben Diaz gives him a huge hug. Took all of the pressure off.
Oh man, City are champions
into the last
of Europe.
Of the 5 additional minutes. Time for one, maybe 2 more attacks for Inter, but the closing down of Foden denied Mkhitaryan the chance to launch that one. Inter are forced back exactly where Manchester City want them at the moment, on the edge of their own penalty area. Andre Onana has it and he sprints forward, and then he plays the long pass aimed in the direction of Lukaku, who was beaten convincingly in the air by Ruben Diaz. Did brilliantly there. Diaz diverts it out of play. Throw taken by Inter as quickly as they possibly can. Brozovic will launch it long this time. And the flick on is by Gosens. Bernardo Silva away, but didn't get too much distance on it. It may yet come back from Henrik Mkhitaryan. Infield to Brozovic. The 5 added minutes are almost played. Can they get a shot away here? Ballon over on that far side. There's about 6 in blue and black to try and pick out in the penalty area. The cross came. It was cleared. The whistle, I think, is for a corner rather than the full-time whistle. Inzaghi's having to be restrained on the touchline. There will be, though, I think, time for one last opportunity. There
Manchester
will just be
City are champions, people. That's it. Over. Manchester City are champions of Europe. It's over, people. People are celebrating all over. Manchester City are getting crazy. 1-0 at the end. Rodri is the guy who scored for them. And that's it. Congratulations to them. Fair play, because they won it. Yeah, it's over, people. Oh, my goodness. Goodness me. Goodness me. It's crazy out there. Crazy, crazy, crazy out there. Everybody jumping all over the place. Pep Guardiola finally won the Champions League final without Messi, but with Erling Haaland. With Erling Haaland. Oh my goodness me. Jack Grealish, champions of Europe. He's crying and crying and crying. They deserve it. They deserve it. You have to give them credit that they deserve. People, if you want to react to this, you can come and tell us who's to blame. I mean, the game plan for Manchester City was perfect, but also the game plan for Inter, it was just details. Lautaro Martinez missed a sitter, a one-on-one, instead of passing the ball to Lukaku, who was there just for the typing. Walker is crying. Erling Haaland is crying. Dzeko, man. Yeah, Lautaro Martinez. Yeah, you have to cry. And I know everybody is going to blame Romelu Lukaku because people hate him. But listen, it's not Lukaku's fault. Lukaku did what he could. And the ball just hit him from that, that header from, I don't know, DiMarco or something. But people are going to blame Romelu Lukaku because they hate him. Wow. Pep Guardiola, man. Pep Guardiola finally, after like more than 10 years, he won another Champions League. So they completed the treble. And they are showing the cup, you know, the cup with big ears right now. Celebration all over the place, my people. And Lautaro Martinez, I don't want to see that brother at Chelsea Football Club. He is awful when it comes to finishing one-on-one. But of course, he's going to score a couple of goals in one game, and everybody goes crazy. I made a video a few days ago talking about that guy. And then the comment that I got from people are like, oh, no, you hate him. He's just what we need. Bloody hell. That brother is going to be awful at Chelsea Football Club. People, so I gave you the link. If you want to join now. If I don't get any comment or any call, I'm going to have to leave because I am here for the people. And if the people don't comment, and then I'm going to have to leave. Dominic say, how did Martinez miss that? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. People's Republic, because I'm going to leave very soon. I've been here for 4 hours. Johnson said, good afternoon to you all. Congratulations to City, according to Tragic TV. What that horrible play from Lautaro Martinez. But of course, people are going to join Lukaku for somebody hitting him with the ball from his back, because Chelsea fans love this kind of narrative to blame somebody that they don't like. So it's going to be an opportunity to say, oh, it's Lukaku's fault. Bloody hell. Clear goal chance for Lukaku, yet he decided to shoot at the wide angle. No, that is not fair. When the shot that he took a deflection and the goalkeeper saved it. What did you want him to do in that case? Johnson said that congratulations to Manchester City. People's Republic, you can jump in.
You know, sometimes I say justice in football. Obviously, I'm gutted the City won, but Inter, you know, they only had themselves to blame. So all this crying nonsense here after the game, it's nonsense. You know, look how they played when the last 15 minutes when they had to actually play. You saw they actually can play. So where was this the whole game? Why just wait, do nothing? And only when you went behind, you decide, it's time to play football.
Well, that the plan worked very good. If they score that goal from Lautaro Martinez, if they were lucky, that was going to be completely different. You don't open up against Manchester City in 0-0 like that, bro. Even Chelsea, we did the same in the final. That's how you're supposed to play against City. You open up, and then you pay for it.
Yeah, I don't know, but City, they're only humans in the day. If you put them under pressure, like any other team, they can't attack you the way they do now. So if you just park the bus like they did at City, they look like something from Aliens or something. But if you attack them, like you saw how Inter did, City look just like any other team. They have to defend. They can't throw all these people forward. And Inter, they just left it too late. You know, you could see there was so many chances Inter had. They had some big chances, and obviously
they were also unlucky. They hit the bar. The goalkeeper, lucky deflection. Listen, if it's not your day, it's not your day. Even Chelsea Football Club against Bayern Munich. You're talking as if you never saw it at Chelsea Football Club. Our strategy, because of the quality we have, you can't just open up and starting or play against Manchester City because they're gonna get you. I didn't see anything wrong with that, but the narrative is gonna be Lukaku's to blame or Inter why you didn't attack on time. But even City themselves were very cautious about attacking.
Yeah, but the City were confident. I think the one reason City wasn't as good as they were is because De Bruyne went off. We had De Bruyne straight off. I think this Inter would have been hammered at least 3-0. But without him, it wasn't the same, the same fluid attacking City there. But that young guy there, Phil Foden, he did okay, but he's not a Kevin De Bruyne. Had he stayed on and had gone 1-0 ahead, I think then you would have seen, a lot more goals. Obviously, Onana did one good save there, and otherwise, City had one or two shots on target. Apart from that, so they weren't that fantastic. I would say the chances were equal, but Inter, my case is Inter. They waited too long. They had the quality.
I respect your opinion, but I think the plan was correct. The plan was right. It just they were lacking that cutting edge, clinical people in front. I respect your opinion. I'm not contradicting you. That is your opinion, but nobody plays against Manchester City the way you are suggesting for them to open up earlier and go for it. They did it. They created few chances. We don't score. It's just like Chelsea against even Real Madrid. You create chances. You put through Mikhailo Mudryk one-on-one. He shoot like a 5-year-old baby. And then you put another through one-on-one, Joao Felix, and then he's bullied by the goalkeeper or whatever. So that is the way you're supposed to play. I think Inter played very good. They didn't have to open up that much, and until the last minute, they open up because they didn't have any chance. But it doesn't mean that if they open up earlier, they were not going to concede 5-0 against City. It didn't work. Now we were going, the narrative was going to be different if they open up and get destroyed by City. Everybody was going to say, you don't do that against City. Everybody knows about it. Don't do that against City. But now that Inter lost, Inter lost just 1-0, the narrative is different. You could have gone, what else did they had to do? I don't see it.
Yeah, maybe I suppose there was maybe a small lack of quality. Maybe the difference in quality.
That's the difference. 1 goal difference. Another team took a chance. Bam! 1-0, game over. But if one of those headers that hit the post or Lautaro Martinez one-on-one went through, the narrative was going to be different. That's what I'm trying to say here. I don't see it as Inter didn't do what they were supposed to do. I just said they were unlucky. It's just like Bayern Munich. They play against Chelsea. I don't know how many times they hit the post. And 82nd or 84th minute, bam, they score 1-0. And then Chelsea somehow, 90th minute, Didier Drogba headers, and then extra time, and then penalties. So football is so complicated. You can't script it. You can't say, oh, listen, it could have been this if you did this, because every game you have to come up with a plan to win. And depending on the opposition, Manchester City, you open up, you get 6 in the final.
You're asking about a narrative. The narrative from the Chelsea fans will be that Lukaku is a better defender than Maguire. This is how Chelsea fans will spin it. So he's actually a very good defender, because you saw how he defends. He's still scoring, how the ball hit him on the back. But Chelsea fans, they'll just change this narrative.
That's the narrative. We already know that there are certain people who will be blamed. Even if he was on the bench, it was going to be Lukaku's fault. Just like Mason Mount for the last 6 months. The guy hasn't even played 30 minutes of game, but every game that we lost, it's because of Mason Mount. Why he's even on the stand watching this game. So I'm sick and tired of these stupid agendas against certain players. I think Lukaku did what he could. And even the shot that he shot took a deflection and the goalkeeper stopped it. But all that is going to be, you could have done better. It looks like, okay, it was an open goal that you should do this and that. I know how Chelsea community works. They don't like him. So every single thing that he's going to do is going to be, that is your problem. Why Mason Mount is wearing blues and he's sitting on the stand today? Probably because he's bringing bad influence in the team. That's why we lost today. The guy been in a freaking stand for 6 months injured, but it's his fault that Chelsea didn't finish top 4. Or Chelsea. I am sick and tired of discriminations and all the narrative towards certain players that we don't like. And Chelsea Football Club fans are champions of that, because insult and all kind of all kind of narrative is what people want to hear. It brings reaction, and it brings money. So that's what they are doing on social media.
It's like tabloid. Is it like the tabloid newspapers? That's what sells. People like scandals. People like
that's the problem. Scandal. Look at Lautaro Martinez. Oh my goodness me! And I made a video 2 days ago. I said I don't want to see that brother near my team. Get rid of this brother because he's literally the Raheem Sterling from Argentina. That's what I said in that video.
Oh my God!
Read the comment below. Oh, you hate him. If the manager wants him, you have to spend whatever it takes. He's a perfect fit for Chelsea, blah, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, this guy misses 99.99% of the chances created for him. But because they keep on creating and he's going to score a winner or he's going to score a couple goals in one game, everybody goes crazy. And that tells you that they don't watch 90 minutes of a game. Because at the end, they jump on TikTok, check on some statistic for 15 seconds. Oh, who scored? Oh, Lautaro Martinez. Oh, he's a baller. Bring him at Chelsea Football Club. Pay whatever it takes because you didn't freaking watch the game. If somebody scored 2 goals, it doesn't mean that he's the guy who did the whole job here, So I'm sick and tired of people who don't watch football anymore, who analyze football based on 15 seconds on TikTok.
That is the world we live in. We live in this fast, easy consumer life. Don't make the effort, whatever. We don't. It's a bit like you take the food, you don't chew it, you just swallow. This is how it is. So people have no patience, no time for anything. So that is. There is Hamid. Is it Hamid or Ali? Elton Top. Remember him, the old player used to play for. Was it Leverkusen? Play for Bayern Leverkusen. He's now a big shot in the UEFA. Do I even want to watch them lift the trophy? So how does, if now that Pepsi has won this thing here for I don't know how many times, how does he rank in the manager rankings? Is he the top 5 or top 10 or top 3 managers of all time, or where does he rank?
Yeah, I don't want to get into that so far. There is context behind it. If you look at what Sir Alex Ferguson did back in the day with a bunch of kids from the academy, plus some qualities, of course, from here and there to win the treble. Or if you look at how, like Jose Mourinho did it with Porto that nobody knew, no big stars, no big names, that is another context. If you look at Di Matteo, how he did it, how it depends. If you give Pep Guardiola Leicester City, or you give him bloody Leeds United, go win the Champions League with the budget that you got, is he going to be able to do it? Now you have Haaland, you have Messi, you have Ruben, you have those big names, Yaya Toure and whatever. Is that going to be the same way if you have Chalobah and Gallagher in your team? So I'm trying just to make a point here. I'm picking those names just so I can make a point. So are you going to win the trophy with the budget of, say Brighton? That's the question. So depend on how you see it. It's a never-ending debate. But if you use some context behind it, you can appreciate all of them for what they did. Because some people will have the money. They might have good players, but they can't win. So winning with good players, world-class players also is a quality. So depending on how you see it, and I'm not going to get to the debate because context, generations, but everything is different. You go to the 70s, your grandparents are going to tell you it's Pelé, it's thing. You move to the 80s and early 90s, people are going to tell you it's Maradona. So it's a never-ending debate. That is my answer to that. Pep Guardiola is a great manager, but I'm not going to compare him to Sir Alex Ferguson or Jose Mourinho or people who managed to do it with a limited budget in a very, very different circumstances.
Yeah, Pep, there's an interesting stat here. Pepsi is the first manager in European football history to complete the treble twice. So he did it in Barcelona in 2008 and 9. He won the La Liga, Copa del Rey, and the Champions League. And then here at Man City, he won the Premier League, the FA Cup, and the Champions League, the double treble. So there's nobody, even so Alex didn't do that twice. And he's done this 2 different teams on top of that as well. So I was still out. Yeah, but you talk about all these big stars, whatever. You can go to, let's say, PSG. They have all these huge Galacticos, but they probably just didn't have the right manager. I'm sure if somebody like Pepsi or somebody, Klopp, so-called, your words, finisher, I'm sure they would have been probably lifting this trophy many years ago. But it's all about the chemistry, the fit, and the circumstances of how right place, the right time. That's basically what it is.
I completely understand. Another situation, people are saying like Erling Haaland was a ghost in that game. Well, nobody is going to remember that because they won the title at the end. Everybody is going to focus on Lukaku's so-called missed chances. Everybody is going to forget about Lautaro Martinez misses or the header that just came and hit literally Lukaku in his body, and people are making it looks like, okay, Lukaku is the problem. You head directly to my body, at my back. That is not my problem. But listen, people like Haaland, right? They might be a ghost, but they keep you busy. I think you don't just see what importance that guy is. Without the ball, people are checking on him, what he's trying to do, what kind of run he's going to make here. So Haaland, even if he didn't score, he's not a ghost the way people are saying because he's part of the team. But today's generation, because we don't watch games, because we just watch highlight and praise somebody or destroy somebody, he's going to be, he's the ghost. But I think, forget about it. They won the Champions League. Inter just got their losers medals, people, in the final. And City are going to collect their winners medal right now. And when they collect it, they say they pick up, they are champions, man. They are champions. Congratulations.
You can't deny them. And but you're saying about Haaland. Yes, Haaland maybe didn't have the best of all games, but his runs off the ball, when he runs off the ball.
That's the problem. That is a very good point you are making. People don't see football off the ball because that's what the camera wants you to see where the ball is. But to understand football, you have to see how the entire team is walking without the ball. So Edison is going to collect his medal now, people.
He should get 2 medals. That guy, he saved City there. And,
off the ball. People don't see that because that is not what TikTok is going to show you. They're going to show you one dribble or somebody put to floor. Those little tricks is what people watch now. So you don't understand that is a collective effort off the ball to allow that action to happen. Just like in the final of the Champions League, Chelsea, Manchester City, let's say, Timo Werner is making a run to confuse the defense. Mason Mount picked up and then walked the first time. Edouard Mendy to Chile one time to Mount one time to Harvard, put him through because another guy was walking off the ball. Werner and somebody else was making run from the far post. So the defense just opened up because of the work that we did without the ball to allow that to happen. But people not going to see that. It's all about who scored and who, probably who has an assist. It doesn't count in this case because it's Mason Mount with an assist. But if somebody else from Brazil or whatever with that assist was going to stay forever like the best thing that ever happened. But now because it's the Mason Mount, that assist was just a lucky one, and we have just to credit Werner who made the run, but not the guy who actually gave the assist. That's how Chelsea community works. If we hate you, we don't give you any kind of credit. Okay, so De Bruyne just took his medal. He's lucky this time because the last time he got injured, he went to the hospital and then they informed him that you just lost the final. So, wow. Okay, so Gundogan is getting the... he got the trophy already, people. He got the trophy in his hand. Okay.
Not only did he win the trophy in his hand, he's obviously he's Turkish. So and he wins the
in
trophy
his own.
in
Oh,
Turkey.
I forgot that he's German, man. He's German.
He's
Wow! Finally. Finally, City can sing now. City can sing champions of Europe. You know where we are. You know where we are. Finally. Yeah.
But you can't. But he's obviously his parents. So he's Turkish, double citizen, I think.
Yeah,
but you win that trophy in Turkey, in Istanbul. What more? What do you want?
Yeah.
It's like it's the honor of that. So you imagine the newspapers in Turkey are going to go completely crazy.
Yeah.
He'll be in every front page, even though he does play for Germany.
Yeah.
But
just like Ozil, right? Like Ozil winning the World Cup or something. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Exactly. It's that guy is a bit like, if you look at the German national team, many of those players
come from somewhere. Rudiger is from Sierra Leone. Musiala is his parent from the Congo and stuff like that. Like Gnabry is from Ivory Coast.
That's right. Remember Miroslav Klose? Remember that guy who used to score the goals? Klose in the World Cup. He was Polish, for example. There's quite a few Polish through the years with Polish players which have been played for the national team of Germany. So that is quite a multicultural national team.
Yeah, which I like to see, like people without borders, because if you remember back in the day, discriminations and all that. So this kind of situations kind of breaks, not kind of completely break the walls. You are black, you still black and discriminated against, but you know what I mean? Somehow people can feel like we can really be together, we can still live in the same country regardless of
Spain. Half the players are from Brazil.
So that is what I want to see. Yeah, it's good to see. So officially Yaya Touré's curse is officially over, because his agent came like a few months ago to say, this time the curse is over and they were going to win the Champions League, and they did. So Yaya Touré, thank you so much, because you did it. All right, I'm going to read some comment here and then I'm going to leave. Mr. People's Republic, you're going to close the shop in a little while. Let me see if there is any comment here. Yeah, that will be like winning a Champions League in Casablanca. Okay. It's still a big honor. Yes. Like I would support City. What do you mean? Now you change the topic. I don't know what your narrative been, Mr. Danny Music. I just don't get what you're talking about here, Danny. People can have a joke, we all know. I don't know. I'm not the traitor. Low City are better than us. Danny Music say that City are the what? I don't know if you were going back and forth with somebody, but you always bring some kind of, I don't know. Vlahovic also good off the ball. Yeah, we were talking about off the ball work that people do. So I think Erling Haaland did a great job off the ball today. Yaya Touré went back to the barber to take off the curse. Yeah, Yaya Touré, Manchester City, you have to thank Mr. Yaya Touré. Because of him, you have the Champions League today. So this is if you are watching on YouTube, you can see what I put on the screen, right? So he said, I can say that the spell has now been lifted by the Germans, and I think City will win the Champions League under Pep Guardiola. So That is the quote from Yaya Toure, ex-agent, that put the curse on City because of the way they treated Yaya Toure. So, Mr. People's Republic, the time, yeah, go on.
This City team, it's not like an old aging team like Chelsea's. There's quite a few miles left in the tires, so to say. So maybe 2-3 years, this team could still be together. So we will be sick of this team by the next 2 years. We think, oh God, not City again, and we'll be crying for somebody else. So even Chelsea fans, we won't even care if Arsenal wins, just as long as City stops winning the league or whatever it is. But they just look like they're going to dominate. If Pepsi stays and this team sort of like stays together and they add 1 or 2, they're just going to be kill football.
And that is a good point. Good point you just made here. The problem is Chelsea fans, we just see the final result, but we hate the process. It's just like you wanna people to eat and you refuse to go and walk in the farm or something like that. You're just waiting for God to put fruit in your table, and you start. We are so entitled to the point where we're gonna give example. Oh, look at Guardiola now. Look at Pep. Look at such and look at such. But when it comes to the process, you just said here that Manchester City will be there for years. Why? Because they've been preparing this for years. They got De Bruyne when he was 23, 24. When Chelsea rejected him, when he was 20, 21 years old, you are not good enough, go. Look at him. Nobody in the Chelsea team is in his level. They got Rodri. They're going to get them in good age, 23, 24. They got Ruben Diaz, same age, building. And they put some academy product here and there together. And that's how you build long-term success. The same philosophy, the same manager, the same system. I'm not saying the same exactly, but you know what I mean. The same kind of pattern. So even if they go 3 at the back, still the same pattern, still kind of the same system, because everybody is buying to the same philosophy. But at Chelsea Football Club, we go and we buy Koulibaly, 32, 31 years old. We give 33, 34 years old Aubameyang and whatever Aspilicueta a new contract. We go look for Zappacosta. We go look for Ross Barkley. We just buy a bunch of players out there based on opportunity and try to win a trophy without any philosophy or a clear vision. This team of Manchester City been together, the majority of them been together for 6, 7, 8 years. So what they do is they can buy 2 good players. It's going to fit and work the same way. They don't have to restart the process because it's going strong. It's going stronger and stronger by, the philosophy is there. For Chelsea Football Club, Antonio Conte coming with his philosophy and his own players and buying Peter Crouch or whatever. And then he leaves. Sorry ball. He comes with Jorginho, bloody, pass the ball. Okay, he goes. Lampard. Bam, try to implement something. No transfer window, no nothing. We can't wait. Bam, sack him. Bring Thomas Tuchel. Boom. Win after 3 months. Okay, 18 months out. You bring Porra. That is the Chelsea thing. So I want to see Chelsea with a philosophy.
I think the difference between Chelsea and City, and you know it because you host these programs. So Chelsea fans, they only want big names, well-known names which feature on TikTok or what have you and all that. While if you see City, when they bring in players, normally it's like, who's this guy? We never heard of him from Spain, and he goes in there and he's an automatic fit. And obviously, within 3 months, he becomes a big star. But when he arrives, we've never heard of him. Akanji. Who ever heard of Akanji?
Yeah, who heard about Akanji? He was just a okay player at Dortmund. But because they did their homework, Pep Guardiola and his scouting department knew, who can play this kind of football? What we are trying to do in this team. Bam, you find somebody. Probably low profile somewhere, but he will fit into the system like a glove. Mr. Tragic TV, you have a few minutes because I have to leave.
Oh,
How's it
okay.
going, brother? Are you in Casablanca or what city?
Well, no, Mohammedia, I guess the smaller city next to it.
Oh, okay, yeah, good.
Yeah.
So what do you have to say today? Are you happy that City did something, or you like, oh man, the treble is gone now. We don't have the bragging right anymore for Manchester United.
Yeah, I guess, it was incoming anyway. I guess you can't really spend this much money on players and managers, I guess a manager per se, and not win the treble. It was foreseeable. But, it is what it is. What can you do?
Yeah, it is what it is. What can you do? Yeah, it was coming. It was long wait. It was overdue, but it's just happening. All right, so since you support Manchester United and Real Madrid, what do you think is going to happen next season? Do you think that City can do back-to-back, or you think Madrid are going to be back in the conversation next season? Because you have kind of to rebuild, because Benzema is gone. If you got Harry Kane, I'm sure that you're going to do something. But if you don't get that proper number 9 and you go for Martinez, don't even try to get that guy. That guy is awful. Do not go to Martinez. He's awful.
I was saying that he doesn't have peripheral vision. I mean, either he's extremely selfish or his peripheral vision does not exist. I mean, Lukaku right there, you just pass to him, easy goal. He decides to take a wide shot. I was like, what? How do you do that? I wouldn't touch Lautaro Martinez with a 10-inch pole. I mean,
okay. Listen, I heard that because Kai Havertz didn't work out for you, you don't want to pay 60 million on him, and you're going for Lautaro Martinez or Harry Kane is complicated to get. You don't want to spend 100 million plus, and then you're going for Lautaro. I'm like, this doesn't make sense.
No,
you can transform even Valverde. For me, you give me Valverde, I would take him in front of Lautaro Martinez. That brother is awful. Even with Argentina, how many heart attack he almost caused heart attack to Leo Messi. Like Messi will give him one-on-one, put him through like 10 times, but he's gonna score just one time, and everybody goes crazy. Like that guy is awful. Don't even buy him, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's a hair gel merchant. I mean, he just has spiky hair and looks all good and stuff.
Yeah.
That's all. Yeah, I wouldn't touch him. Harry Kane. Only issue I have with Harry Kane is that he's English, and we have a very bad history with English players. But it's a new era, so who knows? It could work out. But I mean, Kai Havertz, I wouldn't get him either. I just don't see it. No offense to Kai Havertz, I don't see it happening in Madrid.
But
I would.
Yeah, what I can say is Kai Havertz been abused and misused at Chelsea Football Club, just like anybody else. Nobody progressed at Chelsea. We buy world class, the so-called world class or high ceiling potential there. We don't coach. Yeah. We don't have any coach. We just bring a bunch of people that will just be there for a short period of time to try to win something. We don't have anybody that can progress players. So I don't blame anybody from Chelsea, including Lukaku, Mount. Knowing how Carlo Ancelotti is awesome developing people, I think if you get Kai Havertz, he's going to get to the next level. Under Ancelotti, I'm telling you right now, even not there, somebody like Arteta, or he goes to play for Pep Guardiola, or anybody but Chelsea. Chelsea, we don't coach people. We don't have any idea. We don't know even what we're going to do tomorrow. How can anybody develop in the team? Tell me even one player that developed in the last 10 years. Everybody is going to tell you Eden Hazard. But Eden Hazard came champions from France. He was already in that level. And I think we stopped his development a little bit by forcing him to defend. We didn't really allow him to be Eden Hazard because all the system were too defensive. We just need to win again. Yeah. But it is what it is. That is another topic for another day.
If I am Ancelotti, I am going to break the bank and buy Bernardo Silva for Real.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. Absolutely, I was looking at him last year even. I wanted Bernardo.
What position he's going to play when you have Rodrigo? I don't know. Okay, yeah, I got your point because Bernardo been played even out of position, but he's one of the few players in this world that can be very good in every position. Even he played as a wing back this season. When Cancelo left and Pep went 3 at the back and they didn't have anybody, that brother played as a wing back and was awesome. So he's very versatile. But what position are you gonna play him when you have Rodrigo?
Play him right wing and play Rodrigo as a striker. Rodrigo is decent as a striker. I think Ancelotti can build him as a proper number 9, in my opinion.
Yeah, I got your point, but I'm kind of don't like people changing positions. I want people, to be in their natural position.
But you can imagine the price tag. If City probably wouldn't sell him anyway, but
he want to go to Barcelona. That's what I heard. He doesn't want to sign a new contract and 2 years left on his current contract. Gundogan want to go to Barcelona. Everybody want to go play for Barcelona. I don't know what it is.
Barcelona has no money, so how can they afford all these players?
Yeah.
They couldn't even get Messi.
Yeah, Messi is another case because Messi you have to break the bank and beg for other people to reduce their salaries in order to pay one individual. So that is another case. But they can borrow money from Shakira, sell underwear and stuff, and they're gonna sell their soul one day. Okay, we sell our naming. We are not Barcelona anymore. We are Shakira FC. Give us 100 million so we can buy more players. So that is
Barcelona. Drake performs at halftime as well.
Yeah,
Drake
so she can perform at halftime. So it's gonna be that way.
Is there still such a thing as a Drake curse? Every time Drake bets on a team or the jersey, the team loses. I'm sure there's still that Drake curse.
In 2012, he came to the bridge and he was having fun with Didier Drogba and the Chelsea thing, but we went to win. Those are people try to create something there, man. And I don't believe on that. It's
American football, American in basketball and a lot of other sports. Drake has cursed teams, and maybe it was just the one time it failed because he didn't really wear the Chelsea strip. If it wasn't the Chelsea strip or betted for Chelsea, they would have lost. So maybe he knew that. Maybe I'll water this down. But I remember there's so many bets he's made, and it's just brought bad luck. Even for Arsenal, I think he was wasn't he wearing an Arsenal something, or so Drake is bad luck.
He's like the Kardashian, right? Like the Kardashian. Right. If you date them, you're gonna go down. Just like a Kanye West or all the basket players that they got really passed around. Like everybody just pretty much went with them, and then they suck all your success and all your money and your talent. They take everything. And they came to say hi to Arsenal. Did you see what happened to Arsenal last few months in the Premier League? Bam, bam, bam. They went to PSG. PSG never won a game since then, but because they had already some point in advance of everybody, that's why they won the league. But the Kardashian just brought. They can't win a game until the end of the season. So those I don't believe on those superstitions, but kind of funny, kind of something to talk about. But yeah.
If I was like, let's say, Man City, I'd pay the Kardashians. Go and visit Arsenal. We'll give you money.
All right, gentlemen. Tragic TV. You have anything to say? I've been here for almost 5 hours, brother. I have to go. Anything to say and say goodbye? See you tomorrow.
Yes, I just want to say, congrats to Man City.
Fair play, right? Fair play. Let's shake hands. Even if you hate them, they beat you, but You have to shake hands sometimes and say congratulations. Are you planning to come to the US this summer? Because I'm going to Florida. You know, I'll be with my Blue Army over there. Are you gonna? Oh, you switch. You went to Virginia, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I might be down there. I do have something to do down there. I might be down there, but I don't know if it's going to be in the summer. I'll have to see.
Okay,
Where
just shoot
will
me
you
an
be?
email,
We'll
man.
be
We
at
can meet somewhere and have some pizza or something.
Okay, sure. Sounds good.
All right,
Yeah.
my brother, Tragic TV. Thank you so much from Morocco. He's my brother from America, but he's international everywhere. Mr. People's Republic, you to close this shop, man. I'm so tired and hungry.
Congratulations, your Man City won. I saw you celebrating when they're lifting the trophy there. So
Me celebrating?
You were happy. You were very happy when Gundogan lifted
I
the
am.
cup.
Listen, in this channel, I am being. I'm
Fair.
just a report. I'm a reporter. What do you want me to be? A goal is there, and I'm like, go, okay. So Manchester City score, guy. Well, this is so called. Or when they lift something, you have to go for it. Even Gary Neville, he was like, hey, Chelsea. Remember how when Chelsea scored that goal? So man, I'm a pundit journalist in my channel. I don't want to make my channel so boring. What's wrong with you? It doesn't mean that I agree with them, but when the goal is there, I have to say, yes, they score a goal. Look at that. Or when they lift a trophy, you want me to say, so guys, so City just won. Yeah, it's over. Goodbye. That's what you are expecting from me. Man, I have to put some fire on my channel. What's wrong with you?
Definitely, it's only if it's Chelsea not losing. If Chelsea is lost, then definitely in the final you won't have the same energy.
I didn't. You said like it's Chelsea won. You didn't. I was never going to have the same energy. Did you watch?
Say that it been Chelsea, Man City here, and Chelsea had lost. There's no way you would be celebrating Gundogan lifting the trophy. You'd be thinking
that is another case. That is another case. But when the first when we beat them, I had my non-alcohol champagne here. Like my computer went down, right? Like I damaged all my laptops and everything here because I opened boom and went boom to the screen, and then all the liquid went through my keyboard, my computer, all around. I lost that day. I pretty much destroyed my entire studio.
Wow.
You don't know. I lost money, but it worth it. Like the freaking stream just went off because it's water everywhere. It is what it is. Okay, my brother. Anything you wanna say so we can give as this 1 minute, please? I have to go.
No, I'm gonna go. So you guys have fun, and congratulations to Man City. I suppose I'll be the larger person and congratulate them. And even though it's burning inside.
Yeah,
so,
that's the problem. You don't understand. Sometimes you have to say you are better than me, and then shake hand. And shaking hand and congratulating somebody doesn't mean that you are supporting them or you are happy about it. But you have a job to do. I have a job to do here. And that's what I do with Arsenal. Remember Arsenal? I was jumping. Yes, what a goal! It doesn't mean that I support them. Come on, Mr. People's Republic. Aziz, say goodbye to people. Are you gonna blame Lukaku? Are you gonna blame Lukaku for not winning?
Lukaku is another case for another story.
Yeah.
Lautaro Martinez, another case for another story.
Yes.
I pray we don't waste money on that guy, please. Please. I pray we don't waste money on him. Please.
On Martinez, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I made a video a few days ago. If you read on the comment, you go on the Green Turf YouTube channel, you will see the video title is Pochettino want Martinez. And at the end I said, please don't bring this brother. It was 2 days ago. Because that brother misses 99.99% of clear chances. I don't want to see him. And you see the comment from people. Oh, my goodness. Lautaro Martinez is the guy that we always wanted. If the manager wants him, pay whatever it takes. I'm like, this is the TikTok people, TikTok generation who don't watch games.
So what's the difference between Lautaro and Kai Havertz?
What the difference?
They're the same thing. They both miss chances anyhow. So,
but yeah, I'm gonna be a little soft on Kai Havertz. Lautaro is 25 years old, and he's been doing it since when he was 20. Kai Havertz is 22, 23 years old, and he's been killing in Germany since the age of 19. But Chelsea, because of the bad coaching, the bad coaches, and the lack of culture and system, kind of took his talent away. But when you are 23 years old, I still believe that you can improve. But Martinez is on his prime and continue to do the same thing. So I'm going to defend my boy. He is not like Lautaro Martinez. I would take Kai Havertz all day long.
To be honest.
All right, say goodbye. We have to leave, bro.
Goodbye, and I want to congratulate Man City fans. It pains me
to say that
I'm a Chelsea fan to be doing this. You guys are the better team in the world. You guys proved why you guys spent billions to build a
There we go. He's just bringing the money issue, forgetting that the Abramovich and Chelsea spent more money than Manchester City. In net spending, Chelsea spent more money. We are just not smart enough to build a team for a long-term project. So don't blame City for spending money. Chelsea spent more money, but Chelsea's stupid. They don't know how to spend their money on a project, on a long-term project to win back-to-back in the future. We always want shortcut now. And we can't really blame Manchester City for money because net spending, Chelsea, Manchester United, and Arsenal spent more money than Manchester City. Check on your statistics and come back. We're going to discuss another day. Net spending means what you are selling and what you are buying. You know, the balance. So don't even try to blame 1 billion or whatever because Chelsea started all the money revolution here. So we are the wrong person to point fingers on other teams. Thank you so much, everybody. Congratulations to Manchester City, and I will see you next time.